It's going to start in 4 minutes. Oh, what's going on, everybody? We're live. We're here, me, Matt, and Dennis, as we've been talking about here for about, I think, probably the past 2 weeks. We are going to cover the NFL draft live. It's exciting. I've got the TV pulled up. I'm ready to rock and roll. We're about 4 minutes away from the Bengals being on the clock. We technically already know who they're going to take, but I'm sure they'll bleed out some of the clock before they finally make the pick known to everybody who is going to do what. So with that being said, Matt and Dennis, you guys have participated in some mocks where you kind of predicted where you think players are going to go. Why don't you guys kind of talk about those right now right as we get the draft started? I'm going to disappear for a minute, but you two go ahead, do your thing, talk about your mock drafts.
Whoops.
You want me to go first or you?
Go for it.
All right. So there's a group of us that work for the Fantasy Life app blog. We got invited to submit mock drafts to the Huddle Report, so I'll be curious to see how it all goes. But we published our final mocks up on the site today, so I'm just going to read them out, and then we can compare. So I have the Bengals taking Burrow at 1, Washington Redskins taking Chase Young at 2, Detroit taking Jeff Okudah at 3, the Giants going with Tristan Wirfs, a tackle, at 4, Dolphins taking Justin Herbert of Oregon at 5, and I have no confidence in the Dolphins picks. Apparently no one has any confidence in the Dolphins picks today because they're supposedly have done a really good job of masking what they're doing. I have Tua going to the Chargers at 6. Some really compelling arguments were made that the Chargers have worked on the right side of their offensive line, which you would do for a left-handed quarterback. I thought that was interesting. They obviously have Tyrod that they're going to use to start the season. He's kind of a more mobile rollout passer too, so maybe that was part of their plan. But I took a gamble there. At 7, I have the Panthers going Isaiah Simmons, Derek Brown at 8 to the Cardinals. I had the Jags taking Jedrick Wills at 9. I had Denver trading up to 10 and taking Jerry Jeudy. I had the Jets taking CD Lamb at 11. The Raiders taking Ruggs at 13. San Francisco taking CJ Henderson at 13. So the Raiders pick was 12. Sorry, I got messed up. At 14, Tampa Bay taking Andrew Thomas. The Browns at 15 taking Mekhi Becton. 16, the Falcons taking Chasen. It'll be interesting. I guess the Falcons have been one of the most aggressive teams pursuing pick 3. So if they move up my entire thing, I might as well just set it on fire. At 17, Dallas taking Xavier McKinney. The Dolphins taking Dobbins at 18. The Raiders taking Christian Fulton at 19. The Jaguars getting Kinlaw at 20. The Eagles taking Justin Jefferson at 21. Minnesota taking Josh Jones at 22. The Patriots taking Jordan Love at 23. Jalen Reagor going to the Saints at 24. 25, the Vikings taking Denzel Mims. 26, the Dolphins taking Cesar Ruiz. 27, the Seahawks taking Gross Matos. At 28, the Ravens taking Patrick Queen. 29, the Titans taking Kenneth Murray. The Packers taking Trayvon Diggs at 30. T. Higgins going to the 49ers at 31, and DeAndre Swift to the Chiefs at 32.
So you had 2 running backs go in the first round?
Yeah.
Interesting. Who was it again? Who'd you have going?
I had the Dolphins taking Dobbins. That might have been just wishful thinking. And DeAndre Swift going to the Chiefs.
Okay.
So, and then you had the Browns trade back to 13 with San Francisco?
Trade back with Denver.
With Denver?
15.
Oh,
that
15.
There had been a lot of talk this week that they were close to moving up to 10 and swapping with Cleveland. Denver has a few extra third-round picks, so maybe that would be appealing.
Well, I went kind of screwball with mine. I didn't predict a lot of trades. I only predicted one trade, and that was the Chargers trading up to 3 and Detroit dropping down to 6. Probably if I didn't have to work all day, I'd have gotten a little more in depth and maybe moved some things around a little more, tried to make some other deals work. I feel like there's probably going to be a half a dozen trades. So to win our contest. So I did a winner take all contest, and there's with $100 minimum pool. You get a point for picking the player to the right team and a point for picking the player in the right slot. So we'll see what happens. So I started off much like you. I went Joe Burrow to the Bengals, Chase Young to the Redskins. And then I have the Chargers taking Herbert at 3. I feel like, I think he's more their guy than Tua. And maybe there's something to the whole Tua's medicals are scaring to some teams. So that was sort of that's the preface to what my draft looks like. At 4, I have the Giants taking Derek Brown. At 5, I have the Dolphins taking Andrew Thomas, offensive tackle. 6, I have the Lions taking Okudah, the Panthers taking Simmons at 7, and the Cardinals taking Tristan Wirfs at 8. I feel like the Cardinals' offense is one that's going to be built on movement and athleticism, and Wirfs is the most athletic tackle in this group, and so I feel like he would be a really good fit there in the desert. At 9, I have C.J. Henderson going to the Jaguars, Mekhi Becton going to the Browns at 10, Jedrick Wills going to the Jets at 11. I know a lot of people are mocking wide receivers to the Jets. And while they could use some wide receivers, it's always a good thing to keep your young franchise quarterback on his feet. At 12, I have the Raiders going Tua Tagovailoa. I feel like he could go there. It might be something that
Matt doesn't like that one.
What happened?
You were shaking your head. I figured you didn't like that.
I was shaking my head at the Browns pick earlier. I mean, I don't have a problem with Becton. I think it'll be all right. My TV's not too loud, is it? Can you guys hear that? I don't want it to affect anything now. All right, cool.
No, he thought you were shaking your head at my.
I mean, I don't think Tua will fall to Oakland, but if he does, that means it's just going to be a fun night. Well, it's going to make all kinds of things crazy for everybody.
So at 13, I have the Niners taking CD Lamb. They need a stud wide receiver. I know that Debo is there, and I think pairing Debo up with CD Lamb, with Trent Taylor in the slot and Kittle at the tight end, makes for a nice receiving core. Josh Jones, offensive tackle to Tampa at 14. Ruggs to Denver. That seems to be a very common landing spot for him in mock drafts. Javon Kinlaw to the Falcons. I have the Cowboys grabbing the guy who has been comp to their retired center, Travis Frederick, in Cesar Ruiz. The Dolphins going Calais Von Chason at 18. Add to that defensive line edge player. The Raiders going Jerry Jeudy at 19. So you could end up with Waller, Jeudy, Jacobs, and Tagovailoa with who's that little slot guy they have? The 40-year-old rookie, Renfro. Yeah,
Hunter.
The Jacksonville Jaguars taking Yetur Gross-Matos. The Eagles taking Denzel Mims. Minnesota going cornerback Christian Fulton. The Patriots taking Jalen Hurts at 23. Saints taking Kenneth Murray, inside linebacker. Minnesota adding Justin Jefferson. The more I think about that, that's probably not a great fit with Thielen being in the slot, so that one's going to be wrong. I think they do need another wide receiver. I just don't. It's too late to change it now. Miami going offensive guard Netane Muti. So I don't have the Dolphins taking a quarterback in my first round. I feel like, they should build the team from the inside out. Start with the offensive and defensive lines. Get a quarterback. If they grow this year, then let's put one of the quarterbacks out of next year's class there. Seahawks, AJ Epinesa, edge rusher. I don't know that he's much of a rush guy. He's a big defensive end, though. Baltimore Ravens, offensive guard Tyler Badass from Wisconsin to replace the outgoing Marshall Yanda. Titans going Trayvon Diggs at cornerback. Packers drafting Brandon Ayuk. 49ers grabbing cornerback AJ Terrell. And Kansas City with offensive, I think Jackson is a guard, Austin Jackson. So I don't have any running backs going in the first round.
Interesting. I'm going to say one goes. I think someone will go. Probably at the end of the draft when we're not here anymore. What are they doing now? What's going on? I muted my TV. Is anybody actually watching?
They're doing a tribute to the
to the frontline workers.
Yeah, frontline workers. Did you see? Man, it was amazing. Did you see that early picture of all the kind of like everybody at their houses?
Yeah, yeah. All the draft prospects, and you've got all the coaches. They've got stuff set up at coaches, GMs, all that stuff. It's going to be. I can't wait to see how it all plays out. Well, I got a question for you guys because I'm interested. Obviously, living here in Texas, what do you guys think about the Jerry Jones comment about how he doesn't want anybody calling him? He's going to handle the draft by himself.
Is that new?
What could go wrong?
I mean, I would say some. You have the rumors that people talked him out of, like, I wish they wouldn't have talked him out of the Johnny Manziel pick. Whenever that was back in destroying Cleveland Browns history even more.
Dark ages.
Nice that he just taken him.
Hey, look, for Cleveland, you'll always have draft day.
That's true. No, I didn't hate Johnny. It is what it is.
I didn't hate him. He just wasn't a good NFL quarterback, and
that's true.
Any moron with a podcast could see that.
That's true.
Money man's what was the over under on us beginning the draft with Harry Connick Jr.?
I'm pretty sure it was at 0. I don't think anybody expected Harry Connick Jr. to be coming out here with a bunch of really cool paintings in the background and whatever else.
Singing a song. So, yeah. They had Jennifer Hudson singing a song just shortly before the draft broadcast. So, isn't this footage the people greeting each other? Wasn't that from Italy?
I don't know if this is right here. Maybe from New York. I can't tell from the top of my screen. Just showing their Twitter handles. That's New York.
Yeah.
I know they did it in Italy. They had like a thing where they had set up, what's it called? You had a bunch of people like out on their balconies playing instruments and everything. They had like a big live concert thing kind of going on, like in the middle of an apartment complex. I thought that was actually pretty cool when they did that. Well, we haven't really talked about the Gronk news. So since we've got time to fill, since the NFL draft's not going to start till 8:00, it feels like now. What do you guys think? Because I'm not as sold on this Gronk going to Tampa Bay. I think it's a good football. I think, Matt, you said it. It could be a good football move. I don't think it's going to be a good fantasy move. I think all in all, it's going to end up hurting him, Godwin, and Evans a little bit. And I don't expect Gronk to be kind of what he was even prior to the last year he was with the Patriots.
Well, and the big thing, I guess, for me too, if they don't end up trading O.J. Howard, which it sounds like they're perfectly fine if they don't. Everybody.
I thought they traded him to the Patriots.
Howard?
Yeah. Did I misread that? I could have sworn
today.
Oh no, maybe I misread what was going on.
The original,
they said that they traded him, but maybe I am wrong on that.
If they did it today, that would be.
Well,
they signed Marquise Lee today, but I didn't see them.
Yeah, I saw that.
As of 5:35, Schefter was reporting Jason Light claiming he was not looking to trade O.J. Howard.
Okay.
Yeah. And they didn't, if you're talking about in the Gronk trade, they for sure didn't. They traded a fourth.
No, yeah. I knew they didn't trade him in the Gronk trade. It was just the picks.
Anyway, it seems like they've said if they don't trade him, which, now they're saying they aren't, maybe they didn't get what they were looking for, that they would be perfectly happy to roll him out in 2 tight end sets. And I was kind of wondering if they're not going to take somewhat of the approach of Gronk is our guy down the stretch and for what they hope is a Super Bowl run. And you see more O.J. Howard out there during, September and October, which could make Gronk's actual ceiling even lower. Like I'm in a league where we have Fab and we have 150 for the year at reset in the off season, just reset. Somebody spent 141 to get Gronk.
Yeah,
I'm like, you better hope he's a tight end 1 for that, because now you're betting a lot. And I guess I was bummed a little bit too on the receivers because you know how high I've been on Godwin.
Yeah, I don't think it affects Godwin as much. I would think it affects Evans more. Godwin has that yak ability where he can get the ball and he can make more out of it. I think it's going to affect Evans more. Not that he's a huge red zone target. It seems like he doesn't really score as many touchdowns. I feel like it's going to affect him and Gronk more than it does Godwin. I think Godwin's still going to end up being the one, and it's going to be more of Evans. And again, if Gronk even does anything, like I said, I'm not as big on this move as everybody. It's like I'm glad him and Brady got reunited, brothers once again, all that good stuff. But I don't think it's going to be that big for fantasy.
Well, for me, I think it's just there's only going to be so many targets to go around.
Yeah.
And, if they now are trying to use both tight ends and Brady historically has used a running back, and we don't know what they're going to do. I had been stashing some Dare shares on the hopes that maybe he would James White himself into usefulness,
right?
Yeah,
but there's only so many to go around. People were hyping grab Scotty Miller because he's going to be the wide receiver 3. He's the token white guy that Brady's going to throw to. There's no way 43-year-old Tom Brady is sustaining everyone being.
See. That's what I was going to say. Like, the one thing I guess you could give Jameis Winston props on is, he did throw those 30 interceptions, but then he usually came back. He came back and threw 30 touchdowns. I don't know if Brady's going to have that many offensive chances as the Buccaneers did, obviously, with what was going on with Jameis. So I was curious to get your guys' thoughts on it. We hadn't really discussed it since it came down.
And they said they teased us on ESPN. They said Cincinnati wasn't going to waste any time. They were going to turn the pick in right away. What they didn't tell you is they have 30 minutes of pre-show to start the draft.
Oh, yeah.
I think we've all seen Dr. Fauci. God bless his heart. We see him every day. I was hoping, to escape reality and see some.
Oh, I know. I'm ready for this thing to start. Like I said, I'm hoping to make it through the whole draft, but golly, if this thing doesn't end till 11 o'clock, because we're going to have some technical difficulty somewhere, and they're going to hold up a pick for a couple minutes, or something's going to go on with some trade, and I'm just, oh gosh, I just want this to be.
Do they have 10 or 15-minute clocks in the first round? It's 10, right?
10. Yeah,
it's
they
10,
cut it.
Yeah.
They cut it down. I don't know, maybe 10 or 12 years ago now. 15.
Well,
it's been a
the
while.
only thing we have going for us is usually the NFL likes to keep the first round in prime time, and technically that would have been from 10 minutes ago until it would be 10 o'clock your time. So.
Well, the bad thing I think is though too, just kind of like with what we saw with the Last Dance last Sunday, is we're all craving sports so much. This could go till 2 o'clock in the morning, and there's still going to be millions upon millions of people watching because they want to know what happened. So that's where I think things could get interesting. Oh my goodness! I mean, I guess we could already talk about Burrow. How bad would that be if we start talking about Burrow as a Cincinnati Bengal and then they pull the rug out from underneath us?
So in the immediate pre-draft, they said the GM told them that they weren't picking Burrow, and that's why they weren't going to waste any time. They were just going to send it in. So it seemed like they, with 10 minutes before the 20-minute pre-show, they were comfortable saying what we've all suspected for months.
Yeah, it's I think Burrow is going to be a good fit there. There'll be a little bit of the hometown thing going, maybe kind of like Bernie Kosar up in Cleveland, though Athens is a little further from Cincinnati than Boardman was from Cleveland. So if he goes in there, and if there are some ifs. They need to shore up the tight end position. They need Jonah Williams to come back healthy. They could really use a couple more linemen. Billy Price has crapped the bed at center coming out of Ohio State.
Well, I thought that was their biggest problem last year when we talked about the Bengals preseason. I wasn't, saying Andy Dalton's failed them. I said they have no line. I mean, look what happened to Mixon. Personal feelings of him aside,
Mixon was the NFL's Cam Akers.
As a player, we all expected that he was going to put up good numbers. They couldn't protect. They couldn't block for the run. No offense is successful if you can't do those things.
Right. And they need Mixon to not hold out, AJ Green to be happy.
Or at least to play a snap.
Right. They if those things if AJ is going to be there, he needs to play, and he needs to play well. If he's not, though, you've got Boyd, you've got Tate. The rejuvenation of John Ross seems imminent.
I forgot about John Ross.
He's one of those sleeper darlings. Everybody's kind of stashing late in drafts, and
at least the Bengals are finally on the clock.
Oh, very nice.
Thank God, finally.
I don't know how I feel about these CGI fans.
They had to do something. Was it just the fans on there booing Goodell just a minute ago?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I have the sound muted, actually.
Yeah, I have mine muted. All right, so I heard you guys were talking about, I would assume AJ Green stays. He's got the franchise tag on him. I mean, what do we think? Burrow, I know you guys were talking about his offensive line. The offensive line for Cincinnati was kind of struggling right there. Do you think that helps out the receivers, though, at all? I mean, Joe Burrow showed that he is a very smart quarterback last year with LSU. I do think it's got to give some kind of upside to some of those wide receivers. And what do we think about Tyler Boyd and Auden Tate? Or is it just kind of maybe AJ Green or just Tyler Boyd? What are your guys' thoughts on him going there and how it helps the wide receivers?
Well, AJ is the big unknown. Is he going to be there? Is he going to be healthy? And it's been a year and a half since he played, because he went out somewhere in the middle of the 2018 season. So I think that's a fair question. I liked what we saw from Boyd. He seemed to do better when there was a more feature number one opposite him. Tate showed some good flashes. Dennis had been talking about John Ross, showed some good flashes last year too. They have some talent.
Yeah. What do you think, Dennis?
Well, I think that it all is going to revolve around their offensive line. Burrow's mobile, but if he's running for his life, he isn't going to be able to have the time to make the plays that you'd like to see from him. AJ Green, I like AJ Green, and if he can stay healthy most of the season, he's definitely going to add to that receiving core. But I think after last year without Green, they have faith in Boyd and they have faith in Tate. And John Ross has started to come on since the last half of last season. And so I feel like that they're comfortable with that. If they don't get Burrow, or if Green is disgruntled, I think what they can't afford is they can afford to be without Green, or they can afford to be without Mixon. I don't think they can afford to be without both of them.
Yeah, so you think Mixon's going to hold out? I mean, I don't think so. Whether we have training camp at all. So.
I don't think so, but he's been squawking a little bit.
I mean, I kind of don't blame him now. I would imagine he's not going to get paid. It's kind of one of the reasons why I was so big on Rodney Anderson last year. I would imagine that if they get the chance to, they're going to move on from him. Like, he's been good. I like Joe Mixon. But you don't want to pay a guy who, as I'm sure you guys were both mentioning, has been injured quite a lot and really hasn't produced an elite season for the Bengals since he's been there.
Yeah, we also talked about the fact they had no line last year. So, that's why I like the Burrow pick. I think it's – well, and you saw he had some struggles. He was not a surefire start. He missed more games out with injury than Mixon did last year.
Oh, well, that was a one-time thing. Saquon Barkley's a god, all right? He is a god.
I guess my thought is I like Joe Burrow. I think it's probably the right pick. If you're at number one, you're at number one for a reason. They need a franchise quarterback that can win a championship. I don't think Dalton has been the entire problem, but obviously we saw he's been to the playoffs quite a few times and not really been able to advance. He's not a bad quarterback, but he's not maybe an elite quarterback, but he wasn't their only problem. So Burrow's a good pick, but hopefully they follow that on with fixing some of their other issues.
You guys have any – I mean, I guess it's probably confirmed. We're not going to have any fun until Detroit gets on the clock, it feels like. I thought they weren't going to waste any time. We're already 5
minutes. I know. They said they were going to turn it in right away.
I like how he's just sitting there on the couch with mom and dad waiting for the phone call. Like, we already know, guys. Come on. Like, seriously. Let's make
the NFL draft as a TV show has been on for 21 minutes and nothing's happened.
Yeah.
I'm glad these guys are all sitting by the fire. So, good on them.
Hang on, is that a Browns helmet on the little blanket there on the couch with the Cincinnati Bengals logo too?
Hey, that's their aspirational team.
It's not much to aspire to be, but hey, I will take it. We'll take it. Oh, I'm trying to get this Debbie draft updated while we're waiting for what feels like ever for a freaking thing to get made here.
I'm trying to get logged in on my phone so I can watch the draft.
But you can't see it?
Nope.
Come on, Dennis. You got to have a TV in your room.
No.
In your man cave.
Hey, if he doesn't get logged in, though, that does, Matt, maybe we need to open our own private chat to decide what we're going to tell them the picks are.
Oh, I can see the picks coming up on the NFL Network and online. I just can't see like the TV screen part of it.
Well, they just put on Booger McFarland, so I'm going to say you're not missing much.
Yeah, I was going to say you're not missing much. I can promise you that. I mean, I'm not even listening to it, and I can promise you not. Booger McFarland's analysis right now. Joe Burrow is a good quarterback. He can throw the ball. That's what makes a good quarterback. Thanks, Booger. On to whoever's next.
Did you guys hear? I guess they said Peyton Manning passed on Monday Night Football, which was kind of sad. Do you think we end up with the same Monday night team?
Probably. They seem to love Booger, so I'm assuming he's not going anywhere.
Who was it? Was that said the only thing worse than being talked bad about is not being talked about at all?
Yeah, any press is good press, right? Oh man, this is ridiculous. 3 minutes. All right, they're really going to drag this on, aren't they?
Well,
it's
now
the Bengals. They only have the first pick every 3 or 4 years.
It's like that failed trade for AJ McCarron with the Browns a couple of years. They couldn't get it in time. That's what's going on. It's like we can't have it. It's not working.
Well, it kind of makes you wonder.
Finally in. They figured it out. They unmuted the phone. They were able to talk to Roger Goodell.
Oh yeah, I was like, the pick is in. I don't see them officially. They're just playing old home videos of Joe Burrow. They're
playing his Heisman speech right now, but I don't think they've announced it yet.
My friend Derek says the Bengals IT guy is hard at work restoring their connections.
Yeah.
Which was the team? Was it Detroit that said they were going to be in an RV in their parking lot?
Oh, I know. It's ridiculous. Can you guys see that too, or is that just me when I put that on there?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was cool.
Yes, we know, Paul. It's driving all of us crazy as well, I promise.
Hey, that's what Paul looks like.
Yeah, I know, right? So that is true, JJ. That's my buddy JJ, by the way, Texas Headhunter. Yes, that is true. That's what I said. We'll stay up till 2:00 in the morning watching this stuff, even if they drag it out that long.
Well, ABC was like, we ran out of episodes of Grey's Anatomy because we can't film anymore. Oh, we got the draft, so they just plugged it right out. Did you see it's on the actual ABC network tonight?
Yeah, I saw someone posted something on I think Facebook or Twitter or someone. I saw someone post something about it.
Watch the Bengals come out and they pick. Who could they pick that would just like floor everyone?
Tristan Wirfs.
Tristan Wirfs. They do need offensive line help.
Yeah, they do need. I mean, you'd be surprised, but you wouldn't be like questioning whether they were still an organization.
Yeah,
yes, I would. Yes, actually.
What if they picked like a running back? That would be the ultimate. Like, we have no line. We have. I
mean, if you're a Joe Mixon fan, you're probably happy. That probably means he's on his way out. But all right, so here we go. So this is how they're going to do it. And Roger Goodell announced it. So
I like how Roger had the montage of him in years past getting hugs. I think that's the part he's missing the most. His annual time to really feel the tactile love and appreciation of these players before they're in his league and really get to experience it.
Well, that's awesome for him, man. Seriously, as a former Buckeye and seeing everything that he's gone through, I'm happy for him, man. That's got to be pretty amazing experience to be the number one pick. So for those of you who missed it, we kind of talked about it earlier here that we think it could be a good thing for the Bengals offense, but Dennis and Matt both seem to agree that they really need to improve that offensive line before we want to dive too much into buying into the Bengals offense. If you're in a super flex draft, though, where are you taking Burrow right now? Rookie startup.
It's got to be 1-1, right?
You're going to take him as your pick?
Well, I mean, you're talking super flex, right? usually if you're picking 101 at Superflex, I mean, if it's a startup, you could have just lucked into that based on the draft. But usually if you're picking 101 in Superflex, you probably don't have the greatest quarterbacks. Or if you did, I would trade back to somebody who needs
a quarterback.
Quarterback.
Well, okay, so we talked about how we don't know how much Joe Burrow is going to help this offense. How much does this help Joe Burrow, the player, though? What do you think he can be as a quarterback at the NFL level, knowing he does have talent around him? We obviously know the offensive line's not good. Zach Taylor did seem to have some pretty interesting play calls at time with Cincinnati. Obviously, they still were a bad team last year, but he's got the talent around him. We've seen what he can do with the talent around him at a place like LSU, which obviously had a decent offensive line last year. What are your guys' thoughts on Joe Burrow now coming in and the quarterback that he could be at the NFL level?
Well, he comes in more mature than a lot of the quarterbacks, being 24 years old already. He's had to deal with some adversity at Ohio State. As a highly regarded recruit, but he couldn't make the climb there. Then he transferred. Wasn't great at LSU his first year, and still went out, fought, won the job. And last year he produced at a very high level. So I think he brings a level of maturity that some of these guys don't have when they first get to the league.
Yeah. What about you, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, he's in a situation where we know coming in he's likely to be the clear-cut starter. I mean, it seemed like they were ready to move on from Dalton last year, which is why they tried out Lindley, and that didn't take. So he should be out there from day one. I think we saw what Daniel Jones could do even with a poor offensive line, poor defense, and at times a lack of weapons. And most of us seem to think Burrow's a potentially better prospect than that. So, from fantasy standpoint, Jones was pretty usable down the stretch. On the flip side, you have disappointments. Like, obviously, we saw another rookie last year when he got a shot. Haskins didn't really give you a lot of fantasy goodness, didn't really pan out on a bad team. So I think some of it's just going to depend on the rest of the way Cincinnati's able to build. I think, we said earlier, if Mixon holds out, if AJ Green doesn't really come back, it's a very different situation. If he's got those kind of good veteran pieces, and it seemed like one of the key reasons that they franchise tagged AJ Green, a guy most of us assume was going to leave Cincinnati, is because they wanted to ensure a high level of quality weapons for Burrow to give him the best chance to succeed. Obviously, right. Zach Taylor, kind of a quarterback guy. So,
yeah, Redskins pick is in, so I can't imagine they're going to mess this up. Best player in the draft right here.
So we got Joey Bosa, then Nick Bosa, then Chase Young. Who's the next stud Ohio State?
I don't think there is one. Not like one of those guys. I don't see it happening. It's going to be, that's honestly what I'm worried about, seeing what's going to happen with that defense. I mean, obviously they brought back some guys, the biggest one being Sean Wade coming back. I can't remember who the linebacker was that came back as well after last year, but I don't think they're going to have any kind of defensive ends that are going to be like those three guys. It's going to be an interesting thing to watch, assuming we have college football. I'm obviously hoping we do, but yeah, I don't think they have anybody on the roster that's going to compare to those three guys. And everybody says they think Chase Young's going to be better, which is going to be interesting because, Joey Bosa came out and had – I know he it was his rookie year. He messed up his groin, right? He missed quite a few games, or his foot, something like that.
Joey, he had a foot injury.
Yeah, and then Nick came out. Nick was the one who had the groin injury. That's right, because he got hurt at that TCU game. God, that was
the core muscle, yeah.
Yeah, but he came out and had that phenomenal rookie season, and then to see if Chase Young can actually come out and do better. I actually think it's a great fit for that Redskins defense. You get a guy like Jack Del Rio and Ron Rivera kind of being there coaching you up and everything. They've got Montez Sweat on top of who's that other they took that Alabama guy last year as well in the first round, and I can't remember who it was. I'll have to look really quick. I know they took an Alabama player last year.
Who did?
Washington. In the first round, they took like one of the defensive linemen for.
Yeah, I think they took one of the defensive linemen.
Because, I know I really like Sweat, but I know he wasn't their first round pick. They took someone from Alabama in the first round.
I thought Haskins and Sweat were their 2 first round picks last year.
Maybe they did take Swift.
They got Haskins a little bit lower.
Let's see here.
Haskins at 15.
Yeah.
Jonathan Allen.
Okay.
That's who it was. See, I mean, they've got it. They're going to have a loaded defensive line, man. And that's going to be good for them, I think. You've got the Giants, who've got Saquon, obviously the Cowboys with Zeke, and who am I forgetting right now? They clearly do not matter to me at the moment. Who am I forgetting? Who else is
Sanders? Eagles, Miles Sanders.
Oh, man, that's my guy. How the fuck?
Clearly, it does not matter to you.
No, that's my guy. I can't believe I forgot about Miles Sanders.
Later, you're going to forget who Isaiah Hodgins is, and then we're going to complete this.
No, that would never happen. I'm going to buy his jersey. I don't care what team he goes to. Obviously, I'm hoping he goes to this team right here. But if he does,
he's on the phone, so I'm assuming.
Yeah, it's got to. If they didn't take Chase Young, I mean,
Matt, are you watching with sound? What is that picture in the foreground?
I would assume it's of someone who maybe passed away, maybe his dad or grandfather.
I was just curious.
He's actually doing something really cool. So I don't know. I listened to an interview that he did today. He actually has a 50-foot projector or something outside of his house right now so that all of his friends and family can watch him get drafted live and kind of with him, but they're outside the house because they're practicing the social distancing, which I thought was actually kind of cool to set something up like that.
It's kind of neat.
Yeah, they just announced it on Sleeper that he's the pick. I don't think they've announced it on TV yet, but
I thought that's why they were showing him. But
I mean, I don't know. I see. Like I said, I muted it just because I'm afraid it's gonna be too loud over the.
Yeah, I know. I have it muted too. I don't feel like we're missing a lot.
No, I really don't either.
Well, my mock draft is hitting right now.
Yeah, I think everyone's mock draft is hitting right now.
The first two is gonna be good.
It's here where it could get interesting if Detroit's been trying hard to make a trade.
This is your team. What would you put the over-under on them making a trade here?
I feel like if they were gonna, they would have.
I don't know. Miami might have gotten desperate now that Detroit's on the clock, and all of a sudden it's like, you know what? We got to make this happen.
But Detroit's not taking a quarterback, and New York isn't taking a quarterback. So if Miami wants a quarterback,
don't know that he's not going to take it. Gettleman could be like, you know what? Competition's the best thing for Daniel Jones.
I believe he's got Colt McCoy for competition.
We're running the 2-quarterback wishbone, guys.
Right.
With Saquon in the middle, we're just going to direct snap it. The quarterbacks are there to fake everyone out.
So I think if Detroit trades out, it's for somebody that wants to get ahead of Miami and the Chargers for a quarterback. Jacksonville maybe. Is Gardner Minshew the answer? I got my doubt.
After they put
the Raiders,
that official picture of Gardner Minshew looking like the Tiger King, calling him the Jaguar King, it would be the most Jacksonville move to trade up to 3 and draft a quarterback. We like Gardner as our
well. You know what?
model.
I mean, if they really don't think he's the answer, I wouldn't blame them for doing it. If I'm being honest, everybody says, if you have a quarterback that you think can be your franchise quarterback, you make the move. Oh man, Detroit's already almost off the clock. I had not realized they was already running. All right, so.
I think as soon as it flips to say the pick is in, the other team's clock is started.
Right.
Which hopefully is going to actually keep it going, even though it takes them a while to get everything going.
Yeah. I'm going to be interested. I think this is where everything could start shaking up. I mean, I honestly think they should take Okudah or Simmons. Where would you guys lean? I mean, Dennis, again, I know you're the resident Lions fan here, and they did lose Slay, which you would think bringing in Okudah can at least replace that a little bit. Dude was, as you know, legit last year in college. Did not have one I can't remember what it was. He had 0% percentage completion against or something last year in college football. He was ridiculously good. Yeah. So you take Okudah to replace Slay, or do you get the all-around defensive weapon in Isaiah Simmons?
Well, I think for Simmons, you have to have a defensive coordinator, defensive mind that's
Matt Patricia, baby.
Understands how to use a defense, a guy without a position.
The last mock I saw on here suggested Detroit taking Derek Brown at 3. What would you think about that?
I don't think I'd take Derek Brown over Okudah or Simmons probably. I don't think it's, he's definitely worthy of a high pick. He's arguably the number one defensive tackle. So, it's hard to say.
It felt a little early to me too, seeing that.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like from a talent perspective, it's probably Okuda.
Yeah, I mean, everybody was saying that they all think that Brown should be he's a top 5 talent in this draft. So, I mean, I wouldn't be, maybe he goes to the Giants. I mean, we know Gettleman loves his hog mollies, as he likes to call them.
Well, the Giants, if they don't take an offensive lineman, should take a piece on defense, because those are probably their defense.
Well, I would imagine they got to take Isaiah Simmons. There's no way they don't, right?
The Giants?
The Giants, yeah. Well,
they got to take Derek Brown, because that's who I mocked to them.
All right. Well,
I picked him to take Tristan Wirfs. I thought they were going to try to actually help their offense. Brown,
or if they take Wirfs, that means Isaiah Simmons is falling, and then there's hope. I might break shit over here because I will jump in joy if the Browns get Isaiah Simmons at 10. Probably not going to happen, but I am going to hold out until
I have Simmons going at 7 to Carolina.
Yeah, of course. I didn't want you to come in. You don't have to come in here and dash my dreams. They'll do it in real life anyways. You can just let me believe for a little bit.
But man, we need an offensive tackle more than we need Isaiah Simmons.
I disagree. If we trade for Trent Williams after the draft is over, we don't need an offensive tackle.
Oh, look. Matt Patricia looks like he cleaned up his beard for quarantine.
Yeah.
Oh, did he? And he's got nothing
the opposite of what everybody else is doing.
I know. Look, he looks pretty good there.
Well,
maybe happy.
Look good, feel good kind of thing. He knows he's
there. We go. Jeff Okuda. It's a smart pick.
Yeah.
For my mock draft, it's the right pick.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, in my opinion, it is. He is. For me, again, I know it sounds probably to some like Buckeyes homerism when I say this. I felt he was by far the best cornerback in the draft, and then it's a step down to everybody else. He is by far the best shut down cornerback.
If you're thinking about, so remember, Detroit started out pretty strong in 2019. We were talking about them being better than their record. They got a couple of unfortunate breaks. If that game against Aaron Rodgers swings a little bit differently,
the Chiefs should have won those games.
You have a better shutdown. You're able to shut down some of those passers. It makes a move, and so Detroit's probably a team defensively. They could have gone with any one of those 3 guys we were talking about, Simmons, Okuda, or Derek Brown, and had an impact on their defense.
What are you thinking, Dennis? You getting ready to order your Jeff Okuda Detroit Lions jersey?
I think I might. So
yeah,
I need to order me a Jerry Ball jersey though.
Oh, I guess
I don't have a Jeff Okuda type body.
That's all right. Yeah, it's what I'm gonna get myself one, and I've decided it's gonna be whatever team Isaiah Hodgins goes to, unless it's Pittsburgh. If it's Pittsburgh or Baltimore, I can't do it. I might actually have to disown him if he goes to Pittsburgh or Baltimore. I can't root for him.
I tried to get him to respond to you by tagging.
I saw that you tagging
you and posting his article.
Man, I always feel bad about that stuff because we have to post negative stuff in there. So I'm sure those guys go in there and read it and be like, "This little white dude's never played football. Like, he don't know what he's talking about." I'm just like, I'm sorry, Mr. Hodgins. I didn't mean to write anything bad about you.
Anthony Gordon's mom messaged me on Twitter.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, she said he was, because I had put that I thought the year after his red shirt, I thought I had read that he missed the season because he was injured.
Uh-huh.
And so I put that in the article, and she tweeted at me and she's like, "Hey, he'd never missed any games because of injury." And so I was like, "Oh, well, let me go take a look." And I'm like, "Oh, you know what? I don't remember where I read that." So I fixed the article.
Very nice.
I asked if she thought he'd come on our show, and she's like, "Well, she gave me his agent's name." I'm like, "No, I want the mom card. I feel like we'll be more successful with the mom card."
All right, so what's the most off the wall pick the Giants could make here for that would make us laugh?
Bring in competition for Daniel Jones, and then they could be like, "Hey, I mean, there's no way it happens, but they could bring him in and be like, hey, whoever wins the battle, then we trade the other one, get a first-round pick back. I don't know.
But I think he's smart enough to know you can't guarantee. I think the off-the-wall pick would be CD Lamb.
Going wide receiver.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
technically, it's not like they couldn't use a wide receiver. Slayton has some potential, but Shepard seems to have struggled staying on the field. Golden Tate not getting any younger. CD Lamb is pretty good. How would you feel about him as an NFL prospect if the Giants are his landing spot?
I think
I drafted Daniel Jones as the QB8 in the startup, so I'd be down with it.
I know. I think that's potentially good. We still like Saquon.
Well, I was going to say, look at what he did with Darius Slayton last year. And I don't want to say anything bad about Darius Slayton because he had a really good year. CeeDee Lamb is a lot better than Darius Slayton. So you get a true alpha wide receiver on that team. I would not think it's a bad move at all. Now, the one thing we don't know is what this offense is going to be like now with Joe Judge. They brought in, obviously, a whole new team. We don't know if they're going to throw it as much. Pat Shurmur was more forced to do it, obviously, with the injury to Saquon and no real running backs to help out there. But I would be interested to see – oh, man, if they did that, I think it'd be a great move. I would love for CeeDee Lamb.
What do you mean no running backs? They signed Deion Lewis to back him up.
No, I'm talking about last year.
Last
year, got hurt. It was like, Wayne Gallman? And
yeah.
I mean, you could really still say they have no running backs if they signed Deion Lewis.
Hey, come on now. He had a couple good years in New England. But, I'd rather him go to that New York team than the New York Jets because I don't trust in Adam Gase at all. If Adam Gase drafts CeeDee Lamb, I will not draft CeeDee Lamb.
See, and it's crushing for me because I really love CeeDee Lamb. Obviously, I'm big on Team Lamb as a prospect. But
yeah.
I appreciated what John told us, about why he doesn't worry even if the Jets are the place he ends up. But, boy, the Jets – I love Le'Veon Bell, and having to suffer through last year, having all my Le'Veon Bell shares after being dormant for a year, being basically dormant for a second year, was a lot.
Lamb is still going to be my 101 if he goes to the Jets in the wide receiver core.
That's fine. I'll take it.
Would be 101 overall?
No. My wide receiver one. Okay. Yeah, he'd still be my wide receiver one because I expect they'll have somebody new coaching next year. And if they don't have somebody new coaching, that means they're doing well.
Gase ran the Broncos offense in 2013 when Peyton Manning set records. So
no, Peyton Manning ran the Broncos offense in 2013, and Adam Gase has rode his coattails. I don't think Gase has had I saw a tweet today, and Gase's highest finish in yards or points was like 17th. And we're talking like 10 years. It isn't like just 1 or 2 seasons. Adam Gase.
I say that's more Peyton Manning. If you really go back and look at everything,
all Peyton Manning.
I mean, I know he had the one good year with Tim Tebow, or they had the playoff win that year, but I'm
not going to say that. I'm obviously repping the Timmy T right here, but I wouldn't say that was a good offense. If you watched it, there were a lot of fun fourth quarter reversals, But for 3.5 quarters, those games were, even as a Broncos fan, borderline unwatchable.
Well, it makes sense because most Adam Gase games are borderline unwatchable from everything I've seen.
Don't I know it? I watched a lot of Jets last year because of my Le'Veon shares.
All right. Well, the pick is in for the Giants, so I guess we're going to find out what to do. And that's
last guess. I'm going Wirfs.
I'm going Simmons. I think it's got to be Simmons.
Derek Brown.
All right, so we're split. Watch him not pick any of those.
One of us is going to be right, or there's going to be a lot of laughter.
It's going to be wrong. All right. Well, then I guess this is where things are really going to start getting interesting. Does Miami actually go Justin Herbert over Tua?
Or, what if Miami picks a lineman?
I mean, I don't think it'd be a bad move. I guess it really kind of depends on what you think about Jordan Love. Jordan Love's a guy that everybody talks about is going to fall late. So if you can grab yourself an offensive lineman now, maybe take Love with one of your other first round picks. I guess it really just kind of depends on what they feel on those three guys. I like Love, but then I was watching some of the pre-draft stuff. There's a lot of people who don't at all. I don't think he's the next Patrick Mahomes, like some are saying, but I do think he has a chance to be a really good quarterback. So it'll be interesting. I think if they could grab a guy like Becton, or assuming Worst doesn't go here, or an Andrew Thomas, and then bring in a guy like Love later on with their second or third first round pick, I think right then it's a smashing success.
Or what if they go and get Dennis's guy, Jalen Hurts?
Oh, God, I don't know about that. If they did that, I think Miami fans would be crying all over the place. That's just my opinion.
Look, Miami fans wanted the Alabama quarterback. They just, they got one from 2018 and not or 2017. I forget.
How long has Joe Judge been living in New York? Looks like all of 5 minutes.
He looked really nonplussed in that newspaper piece, too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they were showing a picture. I don't know if you were watching on ESPN. He was kind of sitting there with his dog.
No, I was glancing. I'm trying to create our Devy draft for the KOTOR League since we finished up our auction today. I'm in the middle of multitasking at the moment.
I know. I got a few dollar players that are going to be okay, but I have some deep regrets on my 75 out of $300 on Broncos players.
The more that I've been looking at my roster, I was like, man, I decided to go really heavy on some of my guys that I like the Hakeem Butlers of the world that may not even be starting, and it's going to be really hard to fill out a starting lineup. All right, let's see here.
None of us got it.
Andrew, wow! Are you serious? Okay, so here we go. Giants
have already go offensive line though. Thomas was the guy the Dolphins were supposedly looking at 5.
Andrew Thomas?
Andrew Thomas.
Oh, you know what? I had Andrew Thomas going to the Giants until about 4:00 this afternoon.
Andrew Thomas. I mean, I get it. He was phenomenal oh, man. All right. I wish I had Twitter up right now to see everybody freaking out about that. So that's actually who I thought the Browns were going to get. So I'm a little disappointed in that, although my Isaiah Simmons hope is alive for a little bit, because I don't think the Panthers will take him. I think they'll go Derek Brown if Derek Brown falls to him. So I think there's a realistic shot Isaiah Simmons might fall to the Brownies now, and I'm getting a little bit excited.
Well, to quote our girl Ashley EMT, fuck the Giants.
Well, I mean, oh, man. Again, this is kind of funny because this is the exact same thing that happened to everybody last year, right? Nobody thought they'd go Daniel Jones at 10, and they did, and it just kind of shocks the whole draft world. All right, so, I mean, that's a good thing for Saquon, though, right? Anybody with Saquon shares, you're super excited right now, probably a little bit more excited if you're Dennis. You said you have a couple shares there of Daniel Jones. It's got to make you feel a little bit better getting a guy Andrew Thomas there, who he is probably one of, you could argue, he's in the argument for the best tackle.
He was one of the top 4, so it much like the top 3 running backs, it just comes down to how you want to slice and dice it. So Thomas at 4 is not a reach. So I just didn't know where to stick Derek Brown as I looked. I kept fighting. I went back and forth and back and forth.
I still think he might go to the Cardinals at 8. Okay.
On the plus side, nobody.
Why is Gettleman wearing a mask in his own house?
Because he's got an IT guys over.
Does he have an IT guy over?
Nah, I'm just making shit up.
He looks like he's by himself. You missed it, Matt. You missed it. Gettleman putting on a mask to protect himself alone in his own house.
Isn't that the most Gettleman thing of Gettleman things to do? Maybe he's not alone. Maybe that's what he was trying to show us. Oh, man, that's awesome, I guess. I mean, I'm happy for any of my Giant shares. Not at all what I expected them to do. So then what are we thinking now? What are we thinking Miami is going to do? Or I guess here, I'll put it to you this way. What would you do if you're Miami right now with the way the draft board is falling? Already you got Andrew Thomas off the board. There's been all that talk here the past day that you got 4 or 5 tackles or offensive linemen are going to go off the board here, probably in the first 10 picks. Do you go offensive line like you said earlier, Matt, or you just go and you take your quarterback and see what happens with the rest of the draft?
Well, Dennis, I think, was the one that thought they'd go offensive line. In my mock, I picked Herbert, but I think they're going to take Tua.
Well, I had Andrew Thomas mocked to the Dolphins, and so I'm going to pivot to another offensive lineman and say they go Wirfs.
Yeah,
going to stick with mine. Dolphins don't draft a quarterback this year because they're going to build from the inside out so that they're stronger for longer.
I just feel like for 2 years we've been hearing that the Dolphins are essentially tanking for Tua. And unless they really believe that his medical situation is not solid, it feels like offensive tackle, I don't fault your logic, and I don't think that would be a bad pick from a team building standpoint. My question is whether Dolphins fans are going to get restless.
I mean, ownership has come out and said it, though, right? That they're giving Brian Flores, who I think obviously did a phenomenal job last year with what he did with that team. They were clearly trying to rebuild, said, hey, it's going to take us a couple years to get to where we want to go. So the Browns did this, and that's where I don't think it'd be a bad thing if they did what Dennis was saying. The Browns decided not to take Carson Wentz that year. Who was it? When Myles Garrett came out.
Wentz and Goff, they didn't take either one of them.
Well, yeah, but they passed on them. But then the year of what's it though? No, the year that Myles Garrett came out, they didn't. Was that year? I didn't think so. I think they took Myles Garrett number 1 overall when everybody thought they should go quarterback. Right. And Dorsey and them were like, no, we're going to build the team around it and then bring the quarterback in last. So I don't think it'd be a bad thing if Miami did that. Again, I really do think it depends on what you think about the quarterbacks in this draft, though. If you have high grades on multiple guys, you've got 3 picks. I hate to say it, but at this point, you've got maybe 2 other teams that you're thinking may take a quarterback, and I don't think they're taking any early. You might have in my opinion, you have the ability to take a player that's going to help the rest of your team, take a quarterback later. That's just what I would do.
Well, the pick is in, so Dennis went Wirfs. I think I'm going to go with Tua as my final guess. What about you, Matt?
I'm going Herbert. Let's just keep going different from everybody. See if anybody gets it right.
Well, Herbert helps my published mock, so I'm not going to be hurt either way. So it's really.
Herbert's my guy, man. I think he's got the highest ceiling in this class, and I know a lot of people disagree with that, but I don't think Oregon did anything to help him. When he was in college. I think if he gets onto an NFL team that's going to build the offense around him, he is going to surprise a lot of people. I think if they pick Herbert, Miami fans may be upset about it at first because I think they're so sold on Tua, but once Herbert starts playing with them and everything, it's sad to say that the wide receiver, I don't want to talk ill of Devontae Parker and them, but these guys are going to be 10 times better than any wide receiver Herbert's ever had in his college career. And then you got a guy like Mike Gesicki. If they end up taking a running back today or tomorrow, that's going to be for the most part better than any running back has ever had at Oregon as well. And he had Royce Freeman, who did not turn out to be anywhere near as good as we thought he was going to be coming into the NFL. But I think he's going to have a better team around him than he's ever had in his entire career. I think he would really shock a lot of people. He's the guy I honestly think in a couple years I'm going to be, tooting my own horn about how right I was about him and how wrong everybody else was.
They keep showing Tua. Is Justin hurt? Oh, and he's getting a phone call.
Yeah, they took Tua.
He's on a phone.
Yeah, it's Tua. They announced it. They got Tua. All right.
They did announce it? Oh.
Yeah. Oh, on ESPN they did. From what I'm watching, yeah. They announced that it's
I was
Tua.
Sending a high quality Baby Yoda meme to my coworkers.
All right, so we know it's Tua now. So what are we thinking? Because, I've already been open and saying that I think Herbert's the best quarterback. Nothing against Tua. I think he is good. What they're showing on TV right now with all of his injury histories is my biggest thing that I'm worried about. Granted, he's looked phenomenal when he's been out there and phenomenal when he's playing, but it's not just 1 or 2 injuries. He's suffered a lot of injuries in his college year, 1 at least every single year. That does worry me coming into the NFL, especially with what we've heard Nick Saban say here the past couple of days, that from what he said, it reminds me a lot of RG3. He's not smart sometimes when it's time to throw the ball away. He needs to learn to protect himself and stop trying to make the big play and get down or throw the ball away, which is kind of what we saw out of RG3. Now, RG3, obviously, slider frame was more of a runner than Tua is, but that part of the game does worry me. What are your guys' thoughts now about Tua officially landing in Miami?
I think it's a great pick. I can't fault it whatsoever. I think he's a good leader. He's my quarterback one in this class and rightfully should go as the quarterback one. I just tried to do something a little different with my mock, take a little different approach with the amount of picks the Dolphins have over this year and next year. I felt like, they could play a little riskier with the quarterback talent that was coming out next year and still be able to land a top quality quarterback after spending another year building the team. But if he's a guy, you get him.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, I think for the Dolphins, we've heard this tank for Tua strategy for 2 years. I think we also saw the Dolphins are a team that can be comfortable and competitive and even fun to watch with Ryan Fitzpatrick. So there's not a lot of pressure. If you're at all worried, you baby him. You don't have to throw him out there right away. The Dolphins showed that they could be competitive with the team they had last year. And I think we all think they've taken a few steps to improve already this offseason with what they've splashed out there. They still have 2 more first-round picks. I'm actually going to go back and say, based on what we just saw, Tua is my 101 in Superflex now.
Interesting. Okay, so Tua over Joe. Why I might agree with you on that, I think this is huge news for Dennis's guy, Preston Williams. If Preston Williams can bounce back from that ACL injury, I think that's going to be huge for him. If you have Preston Williams in a dynasty league or a startup, did you grab him in RW one, Matt?
No, but I got it in that Superflex startup that I was doing right before we started Debbie. He was, I had taken Sutton and Gallup, and I'm missing one of the receivers. And then Williams was my wide receiver 4. We were talking about how we liked all that. So, and I have pick 106 in that rookie draft, so I'm curious what I'm going to start doing. But I guess why I would flip now. I think we all thought Tua, when healthy, is potentially a more dynamic talent, and I think Miami, especially with the coaching situation they have and what they've been building, is a better organization than Cincinnati. No offense, Cincinnati.
You're going to alienate our Cincinnati fans, Matt. Way to go.
Well, if those jerseys you're wearing didn't do it, then that might. Aren't they blood rivals, in-state rivals?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have any issues with the Bengals. I'll root for them when they're not playing the Browns. I like Cincinnati. I mean, I don't really have it. The only teams I truly hate in the NFL, there's 3 of them. It's the Pittsburgh Squealers, those dirty birds up in Baltimore, and then in all honesty, the Denver Broncos because of what John Elway did. That's about it.
Denver Twitter replayed the entire last the drive today on and I found myself watching it over and over again.
I'm sure you did. Good for you.
98 yards and victory. Hey, okay, so we have a couple of minutes. I'm going to pose this. I thought some people made a compelling case that the Chargers seem to be building an offensive line, thinking that they might be getting Tua. Mm-hmm. Maybe they're not that sold on Herbert. They made inquiries about moving up to number 3. If they don't take a quarterback here, do we see them reverse course and not do the Tyrod experiment and possibly take either Newton or Jameis Winston?
What's interesting is I've heard a lot of people talking about how Cam would be the perfect fit there. And I wouldn't be surprised if they do. I mean, in my opinion, see, here's the worst part about everything going on. I think it's affected a guy like Cam more than it would anybody else because there's no way for them to really – I know he's, I guess, gone and gotten a physical from like a personal doctor, but I feel like no team is going to trust that they're going to want their team doctors to take a look at him. And so I do think a guy like Cam would be a perfect fit in Los Angeles, but I don't know if they take the shot on him. What do you think, Dennis?
I think they're going to have to if they don't take Herbert. But then again, Herbert could slide, we could see a big slide for him. There could be people who are, a lot of the league either has quarterbacks or they're not sold on him. And if Herbert has a big slide and, maybe they come up late in the first and get him.
I hope that he does, because you know what I hope happens? I hope Herbert slides right in to pick 23. And he is going to be the next GOAT of the NFL. 20-year run.
So, you know what?
It's 70s as a head coach. Herbert's going to win 7 rings and be the greatest quarterback of all time.
It's funny that you say that. My boss and my friend, her husband's diehard Patriots fan. We have our Teams chat going for the NFL draft for our fantasy league for work. She said her husband was calling Herbert to the Patriots, and I said they had to probably go up to 3 to get him, but maybe not. Maybe they could get him at 13 if the Chargers go another way.
I mean, I'd love it. I think Herbert would fit in there perfectly. He's just, I would say, I don't want to compare him to Tom Brady, like playing wise, but like his personality.
But you're gonna anyways.
I mean, like personality wise, like he'd fit perfectly in there, because he's that guy when he's not going to come out and say anything controversial. He's going to come out there, and he's always been a team guy. He's not a guy that loves to go out there and give all these extra interviews and everything. And the pick is in for the Chargers. Like oh my goodness, it would be a wonderful thing if he could land.
No chance for you now. He's gone to.
They took him?
Yeah, the Chargers.
All right. Hey, I'm happy with it. I really am. I talked about this on the Debbie Delight podcast. I thought this would be a perfect fit for him, because I do think that they'll let Tyrod Taylor start the year, and he's going to get Baker Mayfield again this year by Justin Herbert. I think once Justin Herbert kind of gets caught up, the kid is extremely smart. He held a 4.10 GPA throughout his entire year in college. He won the academic Heisman in college last year. He's a really good kid. I think it's a great fit. Add in, he now is throwing to Mike Williams, Keenan Allen, and Hunter Henry. Oh, man. Justin Herbert 1-1 in Superflex rookie drafts. I'm telling you right now. Forget about Tua. Don't even draft him in the first round. Justin Herbert all the way. What do you guys think?
I think you're drunk.
No, just Dr. Pepper. Maybe some whiskey here in a little bit. Still pretty early on. What do you think, Matt? Herbert going to Los Angeles. What's your first thoughts on it?
My first thought is not a big Chargers fan, but I think you're definitely right. I don't think any of us, unless it was Tua and he wasn't medically able to play, I don't think anyone thought Tyrod Taylor was the long-term solution or even likely to take to play a 16-game season. Now, if he comes out hot out of the gate with that team and they find some magic and they're in the playoff, and they're in a playoff run, maybe we're wrong. Maybe he does stay in there. But I think, the Chargers.
Are you guys watching ESPN right now?
That's beautiful. I'm watching.
It's beautiful. Just let this just marinate. Look at that. Dennis, I don't know how you can hate this kid, man. He's magnificent.
Can we all reflect on those uniforms?
I think
that never happened
on this podcast, because he knows how much you hate him. Like, he's like, Matt, I know how much you love me, bro. You're such a good guy, but that Dennis guy, man, I can't get on there.
Well, there are days where it's just you and me and Tony. So
that's the day we're going to invite him on. I'm like, look, the Mats, we love you, Justin. Come on.
I think the Chargers, when they said they were letting go from Rivers, you had to feel that they had some kind of plan that they were going to take a quarterback here. They've stayed away from high-profile free agents that seem like they would be a decent fit. They're allegedly going into that new stadium where they need to kind of build some fans and stuff. Nothing does that more than taking a franchise quarterback. And the fact that Herbert played at Oregon probably means West Coast fans are familiar with him or more familiar with the Pac-12. That might actually be a bigger benefit to where their fan base resides.
If they ever get into their own stadium.
That's true. That's going to be the worst part about it right there, as you just said. There's going to be more road fans at this new stadium anyway. So you're going to have like 5 Herbert jerseys out there, and then, 5,000 Broncos jerseys sitting in the stands. But no, I mean, I'm thrilled for the kid. I really do think he's going to be a franchise QB. I know a lot of people are not as big on Herbert. He was definitely inconsistent. I can't argue with that, but I love Herbert. From everything I've seen of him on film, I'm telling you, I'm going to pull the old Mel Kiper right now and be like, we should all quit if Justin Herbert doesn't succeed in the NFL. That's how strongly I feel about Justin Herbert. I will cancel this podcast. I will pass it on to Matt and Dennis here. We'll no longer be here if Justin Herbert fails. Give me 20 years to figure that out, and then we'll call it.
You might not be on the microphone, but you're definitely going to still be producing it.
Well, maybe. That's fine. Makes it a little bit easier on me. All right, so the Panthers pick is in. All right, so what are we thinking? I know, Dennis, you were talking about you thought that Isaiah Simmons would fall, so he's fallen.
Yeah.
Do the Panthers go Isaiah Simmons here? Or do they take Derek Brown? Because I know a lot of people have mocked Derek Brown here.
Both of them, I think, fit that defense. I think with Luke Kuechly retiring, I feel like Simmons is their guy.
What about you, Matt? What do you think?
My mock, I went with Simmons. It feels like it's going to be real tough for the Panthers to pass up on a talent like Isaiah Simmons. They obviously just had Kuechly retire. They need somebody who's going to be kind of a heart of the defense. They need defense. They need to make some kind of a splash. I think they've done a lot of their signings on offense, and they've done trades on offense. I think they're going to do a little bit like what we saw with Tampa last year, where they go defense early in the draft.
Well, I'm going to go Derek Brown. I mean, their run defense was just atrocious last year, and Derek Brown fixes that right then and there with that pick. So I think they're going to – part of that is, in all honesty, my hope that Isaiah Simmons continues to fall because the Browns are right around the corner. But I do think they're going to go Derek Brown. And a lot of the mock stuff that I was doing, that's where I always kind of thought he would go. I did think Simmons would have gone earlier, but I do think they'll end up going Brown here and kind of help out that defense. So while we're waiting for the pick to be announced officially, so what do you guys think this means for Cam now? We were just talking about him possibly being a good fit for the Chargers. They take Herbert. I mean, does Cam even end up on an NFL team this year? What do you guys think?
Not until somebody gets hurt.
What about you, Dennis? You agree with that?
Well, what are his options right now? Washington?
I don't think he goes to Washington.
I'm just Washington, New
Washington's
England.
Probably his best shot. Well, so there's an interesting one. I think many of us are now assuming New England's going to take some kind of quarterback here and try to have a young competition. But that would, from a fantasy and a possibly being interesting scenario, Cam going to New England would be the best. Washington, yeah. I think if Washington was going to do something, they probably already would have done it. I don't, Daniel Snyder was huge in them getting Dwayne Haskins. And to be fair, I don't know if we saw enough of a shot to just wash him out. So,
I could see if Ben struggles in camp, I could see them bringing in Cam Newton if it turns out that they start and he's just not throwing like he needs to. Oakland, maybe.
Jaguars? We were just talking about earlier, then possibly replacing Godna.
Well, Fournette's stumping for him, so
I actually think if Jacksonville signs one of the free agents, it feels like they're more likely to go for Jameis.
All right. Well, I thought they were about to announce the Panthers pick right there. Oh, I mean, buddy.
Is Goff going to hold on to that job in LA?
I think just paid him, didn't they? I thought they paid him like 2 years ago.
They did. I honestly think it would be probably too cost prohibitive for them to go get one of the veterans at this point in time.
Old Matt Rule. I'm excited to see what he does with Carolina, man. I really like that guy. I really like what he did with Baylor. What do you guys think about Rodney Anderson going there? I kind of feel like that's a bad fit for that offense. I think that hurts Curtis Samuel more than probably DJ Moore. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think it probably hurts Curtis Samuel more because it seems like they make that move because they wanted Robbie Anderson to come in and be a compliment to DJ Moore.
Well, maybe, but then you move Samuel inside.
Oh, well, the pick is in. At least I know who they're picking.
He becomes the slot guy.
We'll wait for this to happen.
So, if Samuel becomes the gadget guy.
Let's go! Isaiah Simmons is falling. So Derek Brown goes to the Carolina Panthers. It's a good pick, man. I like it. I really do.
What if the Cardinals take Simmons? Or do you think that
Cardinals have to go offensive lineman? Kyler Murray's going to die. Like, that kid was running for his life last year.
They don't have to do anything. Kyler Murray, who's the one that's going to die, has spent the last month campaigning for CeeDee Lamb. They don't have to do anything.
Okay, fine. They can take CeeDee Lamb.
Cardinals been a Cardinal. They're the ones that took 2 franchise quarterbacks in a row.
I don't think there's no – Cleveland has to trade up, I think, to get him at this point, and I don't think they're going to do that. They're not going to trade up 2 spots. I don't think Arizona takes him. I don't think he passes Jacksonville, though. There's no way. Like, if I were Jacksonville, I'd probably take C.J. Henderson to replace my goodness, why am I forgetting his name?
Jalen Ramsey.
Jalen Ramsey and AJ Bowie both have left. They need a cornerback now badly. C.J. Henderson, in my opinion, is the next best under Okudah. But, I mean, if you got Isaiah Simmons sitting there, he's, in my opinion now, with Derek Brown gone, the best defensive player on the board. I think you have to take him.
Or do the Jaguars go some kind of defensive lineman? Because there obviously doesn't look like Yannick Ngakoue is coming back.
Yeah, but who? I mean, I would think that Derek Brown would have been the best fit for them. I'm trying to think. I guess I could pull up I had a little list here. I got to find it now.
I saw some mocks where they take Kinlaw.
Kinlaw. Yeah, I would actually. That's who I was projecting them to take. But then again, I already had Simmons off the board, and all these were with Simmons' versatility. I think is what. I think, Dennis, you were the one who said it earlier. Like, it's going to be interesting because you do have to have a smart defensive mind with you when you get a guy like Simmons, because he is so versatile, and a lot of people keep saying that actually hurts his value in a way because he can play all over the field. Where are you going to put him? I don't know if they have that in Jacksonville. I can't even think of who their defensive coordinator is off the top of my head. Golly, the Cardinals already picked. I like it.
So let's say the Cardinals take Mekhi Becton and Jaguars take Simmons. Do the Browns trade back? Do the Browns take?
No, Wirfs.
The Browns take Wirfs. But I feel like Wirfs fits Arizona so good, though. I don't know.
I forgot Wirfs and Wills are still there.
I mean,
Wirfs, Wills, and Becton.
Yeah.
Thomas was my third, and he was the one that I kept projecting to the Browns because I thought Becton and Wirfs would already be gone. Well, I don't think both of them go. So you have now, because Thomas went earlier, one of those guys is going to fall.
It's possible that the next 2 teams take tackles as well. I mean, the Jaguars can't, they can use some help blocking. We all just talked about the Cardinals if they want Kyler Murray to live. And that would be your path to Simmons falling to you, is that both those teams go and take Wirfs and Wills.
Because say that Cardinals take Becton here, and then Jacksonville takes Kinlaw. I'm going to be so torn because I would have loved. In my world, there was no way Wirfs falls to Cleveland. So now Wirfs is there and Simmons is there. What do you do? Like, I'm going to be happy with either pick.
So if Wirfs and Wills are, if Wirfs and Simmons are both there, and the Browns go Simmons, don't you think the Jets jump up and take Wirfs?
Maybe I can't see. I need to pull that.
Maybe it's the receivers that start cascading down. We thought receivers were going to go, and Tampa Bay seemed like they really are sold on needing to get a tackle. I saw Thomas mock to them a lot at 14, so they got to be kind of sitting there going, okay, you thought, wow, Steve Keim is adopting cardinal red as his skin tone, apparently. See that video?
His gin blossom.
Oh, yeah, I just saw that. All right, let's see here. I'm trying to pull up.
All right, here they go. Cardinals coming.
No, the Jets don't have to trade up. They're right after Cleveland, so they could take Wirfs.
They could take Wirfs, and then it's the receivers that slide. But your man just went, so.
Fuck. Okay, well, there we go. Now I guess I don't have to be mad I cannot be excited anymore. Damn it, man. 2 picks away. 2 picks away. All right, well, it still leaves Becton and Wirfs, so I'm somewhat excited as a Browns fan. We're going to get our offensive tackle. I mean, hopefully now I guess Wirfs. I'm really going to be interested to see what Jacksonville does.
Wirfs is I would say, to the early part, seems to be a big faller because a lot of mocks and a lot of people seem to think he was going to be the first offensive lineman off the board. And
we'll see that. Good old Dave Gettleman fucking everything up. Going Andrew Thomas. Like, look, I love Andrew Thomas. I was excited about him being a Brown. Wirfs is better. I don't see it. I really don't. So I'm happy about it.
So who do you think Jacksonville takes? Do you think they
now
corner? Do you think they go
Becton or Kinlaw? Like if Wirfs goes now, I'm gonna walk away for a couple minutes. I'm gonna need to calm down because I feel like Simmons was falling and now he's falling. Wirfs is right there. Like I just I can't suffer that much heartbreak.
Hey,
What's
buddy.
up, buddy? Yeah, that will definitely
on Twitter and Facebook.
All right, Paul. Well, where do you think who do you think trades up, or who do you think they trade down with? Since you think this is a trade spot.
Well, you're talking about that.
You can answer too, Matt. He posted he thinks it's definitely a trade spot. What do you think? Who's a good place to trade up?
So Denver had talked about going to either 9 or 10. My feeling was if Denver trades up, it's either going to be with Jacksonville here or it's going to be with Cleveland at 10. If neither of those happen, then if they traded up now, I honestly don't know if they'd trade up and take a wide receiver or if seeing those tackles fall. There's a lot of talk about. I think I posted to you guys. I almost felt like the Broncos were trolling themselves by putting up their last 5 first round picks. I can't. You should not have any graphic that includes Paxton Lynch that you're hyping your team about.
Right.
But there's a lot of talk that Bowles is in open competition with Elijah Wilkinson right now, who is like an ERFA, who was our swing tackle. That doesn't seem like a great sign. The big hope for Bowles was that last year with Mike Mularkey in there, they were going to get it done. Left tackle is important. Denver believes they have their franchise quarterback, we have a decent running situation. We have a true number one wide receiver. It's a deep enough class. You could get impact players in the second and third round. With Wirfs falling, if they went up, I would think they might be tempted to go left tackle. It's not the sexy pick, but it would definitely be a beneficial. Same reason that you want them to fall to Cleveland,
right? Because
if you can't block, you can't do anything.
Yeah, exactly. And Paul meant that he thought Arizona was a good spot, and I'm with you, Paul. I wish someone would have traded up like Denver and taken an offensive tackle, so then Isaiah Simmons could have kept falling, but that did not work out for me at all.
Well, the Jaguars pick is in, so they did not trade. So far,
they are?
I guess
oh, there we go. Okay.
The Vegas over under was 5.5 trades in round one. I said way under. I said we'd be lucky to get to 3. I think, unless we have a flurry of trades in the back end, a lot of people thought there were going to be trades up into the top, and it's, so far it's not happening.
Yeah, I mean, we heard a lot about that though here leading up to this. That a lot of people thought because of it being the virtual thing and them feeling like with everything going on, it may be a little bit harder because you have to get different people on different phone calls to confirm different stuff, then call the other team back. Then it might be harder to make the trades happen. I still think there's probably a couple, but I could be wrong. Were there a lot of trades last year? I don't remember there being a ton in the first round last year.
No, there's usually always 1 or 2, but not. It doesn't feel like.
I thought I heard something today that like over the past 10 years or something, the average has been 5 or 6.
Really? See, I did not think that.
In the first round, though?
Traded first round picks. I don't know if they were necessarily on the clock.
But yeah,
gotcha.
So I mean, like we technically have at least 5 traded first round picks before we even start because Dolphins have 3, Vikings have 2, Raiders have 2. So there's at least a group that were traded before we even started, if that's kind of what the metric that they're going off of.
Matthew Spangler is dying in DQL because the Panthers passed on Simmons.
Who's dying in there?
Matthew Spangler.
I was surprised too. Simmons seemed to be the almost universal the last few weeks landing spot or the pick for the Panthers. With him being there, I am a little surprised they passed.
Come on already. I got it. Chris Hemsworth, Netflix movie. Cool.
Don't you diss Thor?
Hey, I like it. Looks awesome. I'll probably watch it one day. I want to know who Jacksonville picked because the Browns are on the clock. I need to know this stuff.
I'm not sure I would trust Kirk Cousins holding those kids. He might throw one away.
Oh, come on now. That's not nice.
Might get intercepted on the way to wherever you're going.
He's not Jonathan Taylor. He won't fumble him.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. He'll drop him in the clutch.
That's not true at all. Kirk Cousins proved last year he's captain clutch. He showed it. Playoff win. First Monday Night Football win, like 1-10. He's captain clutch now.
Look, the Lions
what have you done for me lately?
The Lions have the Vikings on the schedule twice, so I figure that's at least 4 guaranteed rookie year interceptions for Okudah.
That's fucked up. I like it though, man. I love Okudah. So he didn't get a lot of interceptions though. Surprisingly, I don't know why.
He didn't have those qualities.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, they don't really throw. Kirk will though. Kirk ain't afraid of nobody. Nobody. Because Kirk's the man. Why does it feel like this is taking forever for us to find out who Jacksonville is?
You know what we're guaranteed now? Kirk Cousins is never coming on when I'm on with you.
I know. Yeah. Dennis is never getting Justin Herbert on. You're never getting Kirk Cousins on. You're burning over bridges here, guys.
Kirk Cousins' mom's gonna find me on Twitter.
I guess it's fair to say we all know Amari Cooper is never coming on when I'm on either. So we've all got that one.
True enough.
Oh man.
I don't know. I have enough love in my heart for Cooper for the both of us.
I'll take that day off. All right, I'll do everything I can to book him on here for you two, since you love him so much, and I'll take the day off. I'll just come over here. I'll hit record on the computer. I'll walk away. I might yell something mean to him as I'm walking away, but you guys can have your episode. I'll come back later. All right, let's see here. Come on. Like I was hoping for something and a notification on Twitter, anything here. I feel like they've been sitting here for 10 minutes with the pick is in and not picking.
Well, even in this time where there's literally no other option, the NFL can still find a way to disappoint us. Let us do.
Yeah, that's true. So can the Browns, and they're on the clock.
Trey, can we reflect on Trey Wingo's suit? I mean, it's pretty spectacular. And the fact he's wearing some snappy sneakers with it.
He's been doing that lately a lot, the sneakers thing.
It was quite a look.
All right, well, he's talking, so I imagine we're about to find out who Jacksonville is picking. I swear, watch Cleveland's going to trade back.
Are all these live shots just ESPN's backlog?
I like how he just said we're going warp speed through the first round. It's been like an hour, and we've gotten through.
It's been an hour and a half
talking about warp speed.
I think we've explained some of the NFL's problems.
Please don't be worse.
Hey, CJ Anderson, there you go. You said you wanted him to take a corner.
All right. Hey, I thought that'd be a great pick for him. They replaced Jalen Ramsey. All right. It's got to be Tristan Wirfs, right? I'm going to be disappointed.
The Browns not likely to take a receiver.
No.
That means the Jets are going to have an interesting. They will have either Wills, Becton, or so. I've seen a lot of mocks lately with the Jets going offensive line, and that wouldn't be a terrible idea since they couldn't block. I mean, they got 3 quarterbacks killed last year, so they obviously used a little bit of
2 of them in one game, right? Well, I mean, Darnold got mono, so
that's Trevor Siemian. I actually like Trevor Siemian.
Myles Garrett killed that
injury. Kid. Oh my gosh, I was eating when I saw that come up, and I was like, I'm done.
Ooh, okay, so the pick is in. All right, so they didn't trade, so I can avoid being upset about them making a bad trade here. It's got to be Wirfs, right? There's no way they don't.
No. They took Josh Jones. Just accept it.
Oh my god, I would be so upset. I would be
so. I have him taking Becton because I thought Wirfs would go. I thought Wirfs would be gone.
I would not mind Becton. I would not. I would love Tristan Wirfs. I would be very happy right now. It's been a long time since Matt has been happy with the Browns draft pick. I just want this to happen for me.
I'm torn over my desire for the Browns to take Becton, so I move back into a tie in my first round mock draft, or my desire for them to take Wirfs because I think he's a little better.
Don't worry. You'll get the picks right later.
Let's go on yourself.
Don't bet on yourself. Never. Not right now. You'll get the rest right. I promise. There will be more.
I'm going Josh Jones, and this is the end of the draft for Matt.
I'll kick you off. I kicked Dennis off yesterday.
He did kick me off yesterday.
I was listening to you guys live on the drive home. I thought I was going to have an accident. I was laughing so hard. He's like, goodbye, Dennis.
Yeah, no. Don't talk about Hakeem Butler and Isaiah Hodgins like that. You're gone. Doesn't happen on this podcast. All right. Well, there's Wingo again, which hopefully means they're about to cut into the Browns pick. Oh, man. No, in all seriousness, I would not be upset if they took Becton. I agree with you, Dennis. Wirfs is the better player. I would love – if they pick Wirfs, I mean, dude, it's the new Joe Thomas.
Hey, it's the
I think that's kind of it. Like Wirfs is athletic; he's Joe Thomas.
Yeah.
Becton is Orlando Brown Jr.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad thing. Wirfs fits the Kevin Stefanski offense so much better with the outside run blocking. He can get to that second level a whole lot better than Becton. Like, oh man, just to watch Wirfs throw guys around and Chubb running for 90 yards against the Baltimore Ravens and knock them out of the fucking playoffs.
You know what? This is the point in time where the Browns take Cam Akers.
Yeah. Oh, I know. That's what's going to happen. Yeah. We've got Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt, but we got to back him. Okay, here we go. I got to be quiet for this one. All right, come on, Roger. I don't care if they submitted Mekhi Becton. Just say Tristan Wirfs. No trade. Oh, wait, let me pull that up. Oh, yeah.
Jedrick Wills.
Is it really?
Yeah, Jedrick Wills Jr.
Fucking hell. All right, I'll be back in a minute.
Well, he was the next tackle in the group, so.
You know, some people had Wills higher than Becton. So, you know what? I honestly believe the Jets have got to be looking at Wirfs and Becton coming back. The Jets have to take Wirfs, right?
They do.
I mean, come on. But then that could mean Becton goes to – I would guess Becton goes to Tampa Bay, or if the Jets take Wirfs. Raiders – that means the Raiders of all freaking teams are going to get top pick of wide receivers.
Yep.
Wow.
CD Lamb to the Raiders.
I'm literally going to burst into tears. I may have to take a few minutes off if CD Lamb goes to the Raiders.
I'm confused. Jedrick Wills is a right tackle, right? That's what that if I'm remembering that correctly. That's what they're saying.
Isn't he playing? Wait. Oh yeah, he's playing.
I mean, Wirfs played right tackle his whole career too.
Oh, did he? I thought he was a left tackle.
Yeah, I thought they said Andrew Thomas was the only true left tackle.
Yeah, he was. That's why I was really hoping he'd follow the Browns. Fuck the Browns.
We're going to put that on your tombstone in about 6 months.
It's what's going to kill me more than anything else. I can promise you that. All right, I got to mark this anyway. 131. We have anything else you want to say on the Browns things? This is where I'm going to mark the end of the first episode for the podcasting audience. You get to see us.
Hey, you know what?
Why is Wirfs falling?
Wills was a top tackle prospect. Alabama had a very good and productive offense. I don't think it's a bad pick. Any of those top four tackles, you have to be happy to get somebody.
Yeah, there were four of them,
and I actually heard.
Right.
Is it Joe Thomas who was there? Was Joe Thomas was the Browns left tackle? I heard him saying that he didn't think there was much, if any, real distinguishable difference between those.
Joe Thomas doesn't know what he's talking about. Come on. I'm just kidding, Matt.
I don't know how to like. How are you going to cash a long time?
I just.
Yeah,
cool.
I mean, I get you. So you missed. Cool. We were talking about. We think. I think the Jets would be crazy if they don't take Wirfs, and then obviously 14 Tampa Bay is probably going to take Becton because he's the fourth tackle left. So that probably means, that definitely means the Raiders would have their choice of receivers. I might be prepared to have my own sadness. Well, and then would Judy go to the 49ers? And then my nightmare all along has kind of been Ruggs going to Denver.
If it's me, I would love if CeeDee Lamb could go to San Francisco with that Kyle Shanahan offense. Now, granted, you've got to hope Jimmy Garoppolo can get him the ball. But, I mean, outside of that, that would be a great landing spot for him. Yeah, I agree with you. This class is so deep, and New York picking so early in the second round, they're still going to be able to get, I would say, one of the – there's no –
yeah.
How many wide receivers can go now? I don't think there's any way five receivers go now. There's no way.
Wide receivers have really been followed. Well, that's a question because the Eagles could potentially, the Vikings could potentially. There's been a lot of talk that the Saints are looking to take somebody, which Denver, San Francisco might, the Raiders might. There's a lot of places that might. I think the biggest surprise to me so far is the way the top has shaken out, and seeing players like Wirfs fall means
I just don't understand it. I really don't. Like, all joking aside, I do like the pick of Wills. I'll be interested to see if he can shift to left tackle, because that's going to be the big thing, right? He played right tackle his entire time at Alabama. From everything, I'm not an offensive lineman, but from everything I've heard from offensive linemen that have talked about, it's not an easy switch to go from right tackle to left tackle. You're asking a lot of a rookie to protect Baker on what could be a huge year for him. I mean, this is his third year now going in. This is a huge year in a new front office, new coaching staff. This is a big year for him, and ask a rookie to now protect his blind side is a big deal. So Wirfs was my one. From a lot of people that I saw, Wirfs was the number one. I wish they would have gone Wirfs, but, analytics, they know what they're doing. So I'll just trust the process. Oh, all right, I'm going to say this real quick. This is for everyone who's listening to this on the podcast and is not watching us live. This is we're ending it here with the Browns pick. Got a minute to go left in the Jets clock. That's where we will pick up episode 2. So this is done.
Bye, everybody.
All right, so I can't close it because then we would completely close the stream. I just got to mark that 1:35. All right, golly, an hour and 35 minutes for fucking 10 picks. It's ridiculous. All right.
They are flying along at a record pace.
20.
Can Conklin switch to the left side? No, Paul. I do not think that he can. I think Conklin he's a dynamic, and I think probably if he can stay healthy, one of the best right tackles in the game. I'd say top 10. I think you've got to keep him at right tackle. There's no way you make the switch. You for my opinion, you move Wills and then hope that he can make the switch. Do you guys agree with that? Would you move Conklin, Dennis?
No, I wouldn't. I don't think Conklin is a left tackle by any stretch. So Lance Zierlein, noted analyst, he says that Wills is one of the most impressive tackles in the draft, has basketball caliber foot quickness and the quick hands of a boxer, all wrapped in a stout, powerful package of bad intentions.
Doesn't make me feel any better, but thank you, Dennis. I appreciate it. Thank you for trying.
His comp is Jason Peters.
That's not bad, I guess. Hey, let me ask you, what's Wirfs' comp?
Let's see. I got to find Wirfs. Wirfs' comp is probably a tight end.
Yeah, well, if that's the case, I mean, I shouldn't say anything bad about Daniel Jeremiah, but
let's see. Hold on, Wirfs is loading. Brian Balaga.
Brian Balaga. Both kind of the same for me. So,
but Balaga's a right tackle, though, right?
Yeah. Well, okay. So let me ask, what is who else has it? What's Becton? Because I know you're big on Becton. Becton was the one that you really liked. What is his? Watch his be Joe Thomas, and then I'm just going to give him.
Lance Zierlein, he said that consistency of play could take some time with Wirfs, but he has the ability to become a good starter either at right tackle or guard.
Okay.
So do you think Becton's the one that had an off-field issue, right?
Did he have an off-field issue?
I thought there was something. Or did he fail a drug test?
Yeah, he had his sample was flagged.
So do you think, they're showing Henry Ruggs right now. I would be, man. Jets.
Well,
that means Denver could potentially get either Wirfs or Becton, because I doubt.
They're showing wide receivers, so now they're showing CeeDee Lamb. God, please don't take CeeDee Lamb. Please
take Henry Ruggs.
I'm right there with you. I don't like Henry Ruggs anyway, so please take Henry Ruggs. I would love that, actually. It's going to shoot his stock up even more for some people because he was the number one wide receiver taken. Who's he picking? We forgot to pick.
It's fine. I was just wondering if you were going to turn it on or not.
Oh, they took Becton. Okay, there you go. That's actually a great pick in my opinion, Matt. We were just talking about that. Good move on their part. You take Becton. You secure that. That is a good move. I like it. Dennis, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think the Jets definitely need a tackle. Becton, I liked Becton. Let's see. His comp for Zerline was Bryant McKinney.
Okay. Yeah, Paul said that Becton had a diluted test, and that's what was the off-field issue. Matt, what did you so this is what you were just talking about earlier, that you thought that they should go offensive tackle?
I mean, obviously, if you watch the Jets, it's not that a receiver wouldn't help them. Obviously, with seeing Robbie Anderson go, they didn't have a wealth of wide receiving talent before then. But I think going offensive line makes a little bit of sense here. Obviously wanting to try to protect Darnold, maybe that can help in the running game, and seeing both those tackles fall, they had to be really tempted. But obviously, the big thing I think for all of us is if you were talking about those 4 tackles and which one was going to go last, I don't know how many people you would have found that said Wirfs would be the last to go, but it looks like that's going to be the case.
Yeah, I thought it was a good move for them. So what are we thinking with the Raiders now? I mean, obviously everybody's been mocking a wide receiver to them. They now have their pick. Everybody.
I think they're going to take Jerry Jeudy.
Dennis, you agree with that, Judy? Or I know Lamb is your one, but what do you think they'll do?
I think they'll take Lamb.
Lamb, okay. What do you think that would do for Lamb's fantasy prospects? I mean, I still think it'd be a great pick. I know we talked about it, I think, on yesterday's podcast. Maybe it was when we had Matt on. I don't remember, but I think that'd be a great spot for him with the way that Gruden runs his offense. We saw it with Amari Brickhands, and now you've got an absolute alpha male there and stud and CeeDee Lamb. I think it'd be a great fit for him.
I think it turns him into a cross of Keyshawn Johnson and DeAndre Hopkins.
I think, obviously the Raiders need a wide receiver. They really tried to make a swing last year going for Antonio Brown. That didn't work out. We saw some decent moments from Tyrell Williams, but I think he's a number 2 at best. Hunter Renfrow seemed to be developing as a slot, which is okay. They did well with Waller at tight end, but they need somebody who's going to be that number 1 receiver. They tried to do it last year. It didn't work out for them. With all the questions about whether Carr is, going to be the great long-term answer, I don't know if they've ever given him a real complement of weapons and a fighting chance. If they got either Lamb or Jeudy, I think that would give them a pretty solid number 1, and that would give them a pretty exciting potential offense as they move into Las Vegas.
Well, their pick is in, so I'll be interested to see. I mean, if I were them, I'd go Lamb, but I see the argument for Jeudy. I mean, as I said, he's by far the best route runner in this class. Everybody talks about it. One of the best route runners coming out of college in recent history. So I could see either one working out for him. Obviously, as someone who loves CeeDee Lamb, I would love to see him go to Oakland. I think that he could really thrive there fantasy-wise if he ends up in Oakland.
Well, I know they're not going to a Tagovailoa.
That is true. That they are not. Who did you have them going with, Matt?
I think originally I had them ending up with Ruggs because I thought Denver would move up to 10 and we'd see Jeudy and Lamb go 10-11. It would thrill me to no end if the Raiders went ahead and just took pure speed.
I mean, that's Al Davis at its finest, right? That's exactly what he'd do. Maybe that's what –
see Denver sit at 15 and still end up with Jerry Jeudy would be pretty rewarding.
All right, well, here we go. They're showing all the –
Yeah, but they aren't showing us a player that's on the phone.
Yeah, but it looks like they're talking to Mayock about something. He's talking. This is great podcasting. We just sit there all dead air waiting for them. All right, sorry.
It seemed like they were going to make a pick.
I know. That's what I was waiting for, and then it just kind of kept quiet. Oh, man, it's going to be – so we got what now? San Francisco is next. So are we thinking 2 wide receivers are about to go here back-to-back? I mean,
I think so.
Still on the board.
San Francisco was likely to take a receiver or a corner, and both of the really high corners are gone. I think it'd be hard-pressed to see San Francisco take a corner at 13.
Well, we're only 1 or 2 picks away from, I think, Wirfs being such a good value that teams
I think he's going Tampa, unless someone trades up, but I don't see him. Did they go Lamb? I see Matt celebrating.
No, they went Ruggs.
Oh my God! Yes, Oakland and New York, fucking everything up.
I just scared the crap out of my cats.
You can clog me to death.
All right, so Not at all who any of us thought they were going to go. What do we think this means for Henry Ruggs? Can Derek Carr even get the ball to Henry Ruggs down the field? Dennis, what do you think?
I think that Rich Dotson's going crazy right now. He Ruggs was his guy. He had him as his wide receiver 3, but it could be. He's not a small guy. He's what, 6 foot 6'1", 195 pounds. So if he can develop his route tree, get out there and take care of business, I think Carr has the arm to get the ball to him. I don't think that's really going to be an issue. I think the issue will become making sure Carr has protection.
Yeah, obviously the Raiders have a long history of really being in love with
the fastest
speed
guy in the draft. Yeah,
so this could be good old heydays of the Raiders. Just sling it out there, because Tyrell Williams, to some extent, was kind of a bomber when he was with the Chargers. So
yeah.
But now
they could put out a very fast wide receiver core, and it could be just like the old days.
Oh, yeah. So what are we thinking? Where are we thinking Ruggs goes now? Is he still? Are we thinking anything? I mean, like for fantasy drafts. So are we thinking now? Is he in the argument for the top wide receiver to go? I mean, we know. I would imagine Judy or Lamb is about to go here to San Francisco. There's no way.
I think Lamb for sure locks up being the number 1 receiver going to San Francisco. I still think if Judy goes to Denver, I would probably take him as 2. But Ruggs will probably see him vault up to be the 3rd receiver taken in fantasy, because a lot of people like that Raiders potential landing spot, and we do know that Gruden's not afraid to just cut it loose.
Right.
So Paul here posed an interesting little theory here. Hang on one second.
Yeah, Paul's saying, Staley could be gone in a year, so Wirfs could start at guard, and then when Staley moves on, Wirfs slides out to tackle. I think that's a plausible scenario there. With Wirfs going into San Francisco, and you can never have too many good offensive linemen, and so a year inside, then bumping outside.
I think at worst, Wirfs goes 14 to Tampa Bay, so it's either one of these next 2 picks. That wouldn't be a terrible pick for San Francisco. They don't need to take a wide receiver.
They don't. I mean, who? Well, I don't mean that. They're like, so who's their 1? Do you think Debo can be their 1? I mean, Emmanuel Sanders is 1 now. You think Debo can be the? I don't think Debo can be the 1. I think
Debo was arguably their best weapon at wide receiver down the stretch.
Yeah, I think Debo can be the 1.
Splash at the beginning, but Debo, they use him in a whole bunch of different ways, and you know what? With the way they can run the ball and the way that they can, and they don't need like the greatest receiver in the world, because they have an incredible weapon at tight end. Not too many teams. It's the same reason that the Chiefs can get by with some dubious receivers slotted out there sometimes, because you have Travis Kelce.
God, I still can't believe Henry Ruggs was the first wide receiver drafted. That's ridiculous. So, I mean, so assuming San Francisco doesn't go a wide receiver here, if they end up going Wirfs to kind of, like Paul mentioned with Staley possibly retiring, then who we look at? I mean, Denver, Philly, and Minnesota, those are really the only 3 teams now all of a sudden that need wide receivers badly. Maybe Houston. Well, never mind. Houston will have first.
Houston not in there. I've seen the Saints potentially taking a receiver. Green Bay, I've seen potentially coming up and taking a receiver, somebody to pair opposite Devontae Adams. That's not crazy. I've seen some people suggest that the Chiefs really want to invest in another receiver. It wouldn't, it's not surprising. The further down you get in the draft when you're looking at potential prospects and stuff, if you don't think, if you're the Chiefs or the Packers and you're sitting relatively around the back of each round and you don't think one of the guys you liked in the mid-second round can get to you,
Yeah. Okay, so Paul posts another interesting thing here, kind of goes what we were talking about with the Jets. they could go offensive lineman here because they could still get a wide receiver down at 31. So is that what you would do, Matt? Would you just take Tristan Wirfs, who a lot of people, again, had as the best tackle here, and now all of a sudden he's fallen to 13?
Yeah, I might do it just so if you're trying to be a little strategic, if you think Tampa Bay is a potential contender in your own conference, you block them.
Yeah.
Tom Brady can't beat you if he's in the seat of his pants every week.
What about you, Dennis? What do you think?
I think that if I'm San Francisco, I definitely see the allure.
Buccaneers are now on the clock. Holy crap. What? Move up one spot? They've got to be moving up for Wirfs, right?
I would think so. I mean, they don't need a wide receiver. So they got to have decided.
Now, did they get pick 13 and keep 14? Because that's kind of what it's showing right now. I would like them to announce this trade.
What did they trade? Okay, so I'm going to see if I can find this trade really quick. But I'd imagine they've got to.
Did they get O.J. Howard?
Oh, God, that would be hilarious. Wouldn't it be?
Why?
No, wait, that'd be horrible. Kittle. No, that'd be bad. Don't. I have too many Kittle shares. Don't put that on me right now. All right, let's see if we can find out what the trade is anywhere. Anybody posting it? Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, they have to be the trade, or the 49ers are sliding back in a trade with Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay is trading up for Wirfs is what everybody is saying. But I'm not seeing any other details on the trade, so I don't know. Let's see here. Well, I don't know. I'm not seeing anything. Are you guys seeing anything about what it announces the trade actually was?
I'm not seeing anything yet.
No, but they just put SF at pick 14.
Okay, so they just switched one spot.
Yeah, wow. So what did they give up to go up one spot?
Maybe another second or third, which actually might make sense for San Francisco for the amount of picks that they don't have this year. Like getting even.
That's why they wanted to trade one of their first-round picks was to get because they have nothing in the second, third, or fourth.
Yeah, maybe to get a second or a third-round pick.
If the Bucs moved up and don't take Wirfs, that's going to be fascinating.
Right.
Yeah, they have to be taking Wirfs. There's no way they're not. I guess they must have really been sold that that's what San Francisco was going to do. That or San Francisco called them and I guess made them believe that's what they were going to do. All right, let's see here. We can figure this out. Golly, I hate how long it takes for them to announce these picks. It's just ridiculous.
Look, the draft is moving at a lightning pace. Don't forget that. The commissioner said it. It has to be true.
No, it was Trey Wingo that said it. They're moving at a warp speed. Warp speed were his exact words, and it's 8:49, and we're still only 13 picks in. I would not call that warp speed, but I do think that leads more to me being able to make it through the whole draft now because it is moving a little bit quicker than I expected. So that is good. I expected it to be more like 10 o'clock, and we're at pick 15. So that's at least somewhat good news.
Yeah, they're milking it, though.
Oh, man. Why? They got 3 days of this stuff. Tomorrow's going to be the big one.
Well, but this is the round that they're in primetime on network TV. Viewership tends to go down the further in the draft you go. A lot of people are into the first round, and then you still get a good crowd on second and third. Day 3 is not exactly a rating.
Yeah, day 3, I imagine not a lot of people. I'll be watching, but not a lot of people will be watching. But, I mean, day 2, I said, I'll be here live if you guys want to join me. I'm going to be doing because I think tomorrow is going to be a whole lot of fun. But it's going to be interesting. Golly, why will they not just announce this pick already?
They're doing that right now.
Okay, cool. All right, so let's find out who they are taking. It's got to be Wirfs, though. I can't imagine they're going anywhere else. And then watch them take Jerry Jeudy. Did it? Okay, so they do take Tristan Wirfs. All right, so that's good news for Brady. Helps out the offensive line. Whatever running back they eventually take as well, they're good to go.
I thought they had Ronald Jones. They had no need of a running back.
I love Ronald Jones. He's going to succeed when he gets traded to another team that believes in him. Tampa Bay doesn't believe in him. He deserves better than them.
They'll trade him to Cleveland because they have an opening.
Well, I don't know about that. Once they trade Hunt, they have an opening, and Ronald Jones and Nick Chubb will be the best tandem we've ever seen in the NFL. Just you watch.
I think
right,
not a lot of analysis here. This is obviously a great pick for Tampa Bay. Makes sense. I'm kind of surprised San Francisco traded with them.
I mean, maybe they know more than we do. There's a lot of talk, obviously, that Staley may not be coming back. Maybe Staley's told them that he is going to come back, and they know that. That would have been the only thing I think of why they would have gone worse is to make sure that they still have their offensive line kind of shored up. I don't know. So are we thinking wide receiver here? I think is that where they have to go?
We don't know what San Francisco received yet, though.
I have not seen anything yet. I'll keep looking here. Hang on, we just gotta. Another. So Paul's wondering, do we think they go Javon Kinlaw here now to kind of help out on that defensive line? They did lose. They lost someone in the offseason.
They traded Buckner.
Buckner, that's right. So to replace Buckner, or do we think they go wide receiver here? I know you guys think Debo. I still think CeeDee Lamb would be a perfect fit here. Like I would love Lamb to fall into this system.
I mean, the only downside is that in any given game, Kyle Shanahan can call 12 pass plays, and run the ball 45 times. So that's really the only downside with Lamb going to San Francisco.
Let's see here. So all I'm seeing, I'm not seeing it confirmed by what's it called? Verified sources, but everything's saying they gave up a 4th rounder. That's it. To move back one spot. So that's not a bad move for Tampa Bay at all. I'm sorry, to move up one spot. That's not a bad move for Tampa Bay at all. Would make me think that San Francisco knew or knows that Staley's coming back. Well, that's what I would think.
Or that they didn't really want to take Tristan Wirfs that badly, but they love to use the leverage to get themselves a pick that they didn't have.
Yeah.
Because if you know who they're taking behind you, and it's pretty well been known that Tampa Bay is going to take an offensive tackle if they possibly can, and that's not the guy you want. You can use it as leverage. I mean, San Francisco famously did that with Trubisky.
Ooh, all right. So we're still waiting. San Francisco hasn't made their pick yet. So interesting. So would either one of you go Judy here? Or would you both be all in on CeeDee Lamb here for the 49ers if they go wide receiver?
I'm going to go Lamb. I'm going to stick to my board, and I think Lamb is the better wide receiver.
Okay.
I think Lamb is the better wide, that's obviously the better wide receiving prospect to me. The question I have is if they think Judy is a better fit opposite Samuel and in their offense, which is possible, or if, like Paul said, they address another area of need. Kinlaw is still there. They obviously have been rumored to take secondary. Do they go get McKinney, who's a hot safety prospect, to put back there? They have a pick later in the draft if they want to get a receiver. If they're not sold that one of those guys is a must-have, they are a run-first team. They have a really good receiving prospect going into year 2. They have a really good tight end.
Yeah, I mean, so would you guys go Javon Kinlaw? Because you got to. I would imagine there's no way. I guess there's no way with the way the draft is falling. But I would imagine Lamb and Judy go before we get to 31. But you still have guys like I just got the message on the trade. Justin Jefferson, T. Higgins, Jalen Reagor, all those guys could fall and be there at 31. So the 49ers get pick 14 and pick 117. Buccaneers get pick 13 and 245.
Wait, so they get a second pick? That makes less sense.
Yeah, that's all they got. That's from what I'm seeing right here.
245, I guess, is a 7th round pick, though, right?
Yeah.
Yes, they get, so to be exact, they get a 4th round pick, and then Tampa Bay gets back Arizona's 7th round pick that I guess San Francisco had from some other trade. So that's what they are getting back from the looks of things. So that makes it interesting.
San Francisco really going to milk the clock here, I guess.
Yeah, it looks like it. So here's an interesting thing that I kind of like, actually. Andrew Berry just said of the Cleveland Browns, the general manager, that they like getting Jedrick Wills because it doesn't mean they have to get Trent Williams, which I think puts even more pressure on Washington. I think that is a good move by them. They don't have to give up a whole lot to get Trent Williams. I keep saying Washington. Trent Williams from the Washington Redskins.
Yeah, but if the price is right, getting Trent Williams would definitely benefit your team.
Oh, yeah. If you can get Trent Williams, I take him. He, on his worst day, is a top five tackle in the NFL. So I would take Williams in a heartbeat if they can get him. I just think having Wills now, you don't have to give up a truckload to get him. There was a lot of talk earlier in the year that maybe they could give up like a third and Njoku or something like that because Washington likely will not be able to keep Williams because he just doesn't want to play there. So now you don't have to give up a truckload to get him. I wonder if maybe San Francisco's having some technical issues or a not being able to figure out how to unmute them. So,
or they're trying to get Denver to trade one spot with them.
Yeah, they're just going to keep trading down. I mean, they got 30 seconds left, so this should be interesting. Maybe they are trying to work out another trade.
Their time expires. No, they got the pick. Nothing like waiting to the last minute. They must be the kids that they're the kids that did the homework on the bus on the way to school, I guess.
Oh, man. All right, so let's see here. So who are we thinking? I'm taking Lamb. I think they're going to end up going CD Lamb. What do you guys think?
I am guessing they're not going to go wide receiver. That's what I'm going to go.
I'm going to stick with Lamb.
Lamb? All right, so we got 2 on Lamb, and then Matt is going somewhere else. Well, there's CD right there. Is he on the phone? I can't tell if he's listening.
It does not look like he's on the phone. And he's not on the phone either.
Well, shit. Who are they showing now?
Little subterfuge.
This is so annoying. I don't know why.
Somebody just handed him a phone. Oh, he's just looking at it.
All right. Oh, Judy.
Yeah, so it's not Jerry Judy. Oh, man. It's going to kill me if it comes to Denver and they have to choose between them because my heart tells me CeeDee Lamb.
To pass him up. Interesting. All right. My goodness, I don't know why they can't just show who they picked already.
I know.
Well, they have to show us all these guys' children. This is how these children are getting their modeling.
I guess so.
They're not drafting Antonio Rodgers-Cromartie.
The head coach could wear something.
Oh, man. Yeah, I guess they got to get all the kids in the background really quick, huh? Like, come on, let's go. We're on TV.
They have another first-round pick. If you don't get all your 27 kids in this time, you have.
Yeah, you can get them in the night. You'll be more prepared for it.
It's not like they have school the next day.
Yeah, that's true. We have a distance learning. That matters. All right, here we go. Oh, wow, the fans are cheering for Roger. Good job, Roger. Yeah, good job, buddy. All right, who are they picking?
Kinlaw.
Wow.
So, the rich get richer. All right, so now
they went Kinlaw?
Yep,
they did went Kinlaw. Yeah, they go Kinlaw. Which, again, not a bad move, as we talked about earlier. You've got wide receiver is deep. You can get these guys later. You can get not as good as CeeDee Lamb and Jerry Jeudy, but you can still get top-end wide receivers later. You have pick 31. You just replaced DeForest Buckner right there with Javon Kinlaw, who's a guy I thought should have gone to Jacksonville.
I'm just going to declare it right now. I don't care what my team looks like. If I have 101, I'm taking CeeDee Lamb if he goes to Denver right here. My leagues where 101 was on the block. If you guys are listening, it's no longer.
Oh, yeah.
It's no longer
the pick is
time
in.
to update the trade date.
Let's go. You're Matt, resident Denver Broncos fan. Who do you want more, Jerry Jeudy or CeeDee Lamb?
I want CeeDee Lamb, but I have such a feeling that they're about to take Jerry Jeudy. But this could not have fallen better for Denver because
let me ask you this:
couple of teams that you thought were going to go receiver didn't, and then the Raiders pulled a typical Raider and took Henry Ruggs, which is the only one I was afraid we were going to end up with.
What pick could they make that's going to make you get it from the table for a couple minutes and need to calm yourself down?
Josh Jones.
Okay.
I mean, their biggest needs are, in my opinion, the three most obvious things when I did the last roundup for Broncos for my blog was wide receiver, because behind Cortland Sutton they have nothing but questions, and I like Noah Fant, but tight ends take a little while to come along.
Right.
Tackle, offensive line, they need a center. I think it's really too early to take Cesar Ruiz. But that's an obvious hole. We don't actually have a center currently on the roster that I think has ever actually played center in the NFL. And then cornerback is still a need. We went and got Boye, but Chris Harris obviously went to the Chargers, and Bryce Callahan, was a big signing last offseason, never made it onto the field with that foot, never recovered. He was never medically cleared. They keep saying he'll be able to come back, but if he doesn't, Denver had a hard time. They have a couple of great safeties in Kareem Jackson and Justin Simmons. AJ Boye is a great corner, but when you have a rotation of young question marks at cornerback too. But seeing that CJ Henderson and Okuda are off the board, I really wouldn't feel great about taking a corner right here.
Mm-hmm.
Tackles with the big four off the board, I don't know how good I'd feel about taking Josh Jones or Cesar Ruiz here. So I think based on the talent and where you're at, it's got to be one of those two big receivers, which have been allegedly their big targets all along.
Well, but let me ask you. So it kind of just like what we were talking about with some of these other teams. Tackle is definitely a need for the Broncos, so why not take a guy like Josh Jones? And again, with as deep as this wide receiver pool is, get a guy who, he may not be the Lamb or the Judy. He could be just close.
The 49ers have been interested in trading picks. Denver has some third-round picks. They could come back at the end of the first round and get a guy like Jones or Ruiz where it would make more sense. I don't know that you pull that trigger here at 15.
Well, the Broncos pick is in, and somebody's celebrating. I don't know who that is.
This is Kinlaw's house.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's see what it is.
Ooh. You nervous?
He's adjusted his ears.
Well, I pulled one back so I can. My wife came down to sit with me to watch part of it, and I already freaked the cat out once. So no matter what the pick is, I have to hold myself together. I can't be mean. Her claws are facing my leg this time, so I already got the report from my wife that she got cut up. So I think I better be careful.
I appreciate the attention to detail, knowing where the cat's claws are.
Make sure you yell when she's on your crotch.
Oh man! All right, here we go.
It looks like they went to commercial, but they're not showing. They're not giving us. There's Sean Elway.
Are you watching on ABC or are you watching on ESPN?
I'm watching it on ESPN.
Why? So am I. So why am I not getting? I'm still watching. Oh, there we go. I see now what you're talking about. Okay. So what do we think Atlanta does? Well, we're saying there's a lot of people thinking they go. Was it Chason? Claiborne Chason?
Denver invested heavily in their defensive line already. They traded for Casey. They were managed to get some people. Shelby Harris back real cheap. Chubb is coming back. They have Von Miller. They got Purcell back.
Oh no, I was talking about Atlanta going. Oh, I'm not. Yeah. I would assume.
Atlanta needs either offensive line or defense.
All right, here we go. Let's find out. Let's find out if Matt's going to lose his shit.
No, Jerry Jeudy. Oh, Jerry looks real thrilled.
All right.
Does Jerry Jeudy realize he's been drafted?
How do you feel? Happy? Sad? I mean, you didn't get your boy CeeDee Lamb, but you do get Jerry Jeudy, considered the best route runner in the class, one of the best route runners to come out of college in the past couple of years.
I mean, it's a good pick. I don't have the same level of jubilation. I feel if I got CeeDee Lamb, I can't.
Jedrick Wills, that's what you look like right now.
Well, and you admitted Jedrick Wills was a good pick. Making sense. It's not what your heart.
No, yeah. Hey, I would have loved to see CeeDee Lamb go there too. Opposite of Cortland Sutton, Drew Lock, Noah Fant, Philip Lindsay, phenomenal offense.
Yeah. I mean, you can't go wrong with one of those two receivers. You really couldn't go wrong. The fact that both those guys ended up falling to Denver and they have their pick. The talk has been for a while that they were higher on Jerry Jeudy than CeeDee Lamb, so I'm not surprised. I would like to see. Oh, look, he finally realized he got drafted. Well, it's just like, right, we go live to Jerry Judy's house and he's playing Candy Crush. Come on, guys.
All right, so Jerry Jeudy, I assume for everybody is still going over Henry Ruggs, right? There's no, even though Henry Ruggs drafted first into that Oakland offense.
So where does our friend CeeDee Lamb, who I think
I don't know. That's what I was just looking at. You know where I would not be surprised to see him go? 20 to the Jaguars. I would not be surprised if that's where if they end up taking another wide receiver.
In which case, honestly, that might be enough to make me question whether he'd be my number one wide receiver.
What about you, Dennis? I know you've stuck that flag in the ground and has not moved off of it. What happens if Jerry Jeudy ends up going to Jacksonville? Because I don't think he's going to Miami. There's no – I guess I can't say no ways. I didn't think Oakland would draft Henry Ruggs. I don't think they double up on wide receiver in the first round. Not going to Dallas. So then the next – how insane is this going to be for Eagles fans if CeeDee Lamb falls to the Eagles at 21, where nobody thought that was going to be possible at this point? And it honestly seems – or does Philly try and trade up here now soon to try and make this happen?
Yeah, if I was Philly or Green Bay, I think I might look at trying to come up, or even New Orleans. New Orleans was rumored to be looking at Rager or another of these receivers. I don't think people thought he was going to slide, but the question is who's a willing trade partner in the next 4 or 5 picks? Who wants to slide back? Jacksonville might. John Elway looks pretty happy.
I mean, Dallas might. Dallas might be willing to drop back, maybe get another extra
pick. What if
pick?
Dallas just takes CeeDee Lamb?
Oh,
what if Dallas takes CeeDee Lamb?
They don't need Amari Cooper. He sucks. Bring in a guy like CeeDee Lamb.
They just paid Amari Cooper $100 million. They can't cut him.
Well, just Jerry and his scotch in the den.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, I like this guy, CeeDee Lamb. Man, dude, I think Philly – so – I just don't know who they would trade up with. I mean, Dallas does seem like a team that could easily move back and still get a safety or cornerback, whatever they're looking at right now. You've got
because I thought McKinney was a guy that Dallas would be looking at.
Yeah, that seems to be the guy they
could drop a little further back.
Well,
they definitely seem to be mocking him there.
What are Atlanta's needs?
Defensive line and defense.
Right. So Atlanta could be somebody that'd be willing, Dimitrioff wanted to move up, but he was unsuccessful. So now maybe he drops back a half a dozen picks.
Yeah, because they're another one that could use offensive line. And if you thought Josh Jones was a guy you might, they picked, so they're definitely not sliding back. But if you thought, that's kind of the place you're in right now. I think if you were thinking you wanted offensive line, you might slide back. Or if you were thinking you wanted defensive line, you might slide back because the guys that are left that are probably first round grades in offensive or defensive line. But that could be.
So it's got to be someone else. I mean, is it
Miami
just
Miami might be a team that slides back from 18 too.
Well, yeah, I don't know. Is there anybody think any shot they go wide receiver, or we think they just fall back?
No, I think they fall. The real thing is it's playing pretty perfectly that Philly could just sit there, and if nobody behind them can come up and jump them, I don't really think it's likely. I get the argument you're saying that Jacksonville might do it, but they have Chark, they have Westbrook, they have Conley. I don't know that that's.
But none of those other guys have stepped up the way Chark did. That's my fear. Like, had they kept Marquise Lee, I wouldn't think they'd do it. But the fact that they cut him, I would not be. So that's the only team, if I'm Philly, I'm worried about now is will Jacksonville do it? Because I don't see Minnesota, New England, New Orleans. Minnesota's got 2 picks coming up here. I don't see them trying to move up just for one wide receiver. They could take someone. They could still take a Justin Jefferson, T. Higgins, Jalen Reagor, and be just fine. They're not.
I'm not 100% sold. We think that Minnesota wants a receiver, but I'm not 100% sold that they think they want a receiver with one of their two first.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't really know what they're doing. I mean, they have Thielen. That's it.
That's the thing. We thought this was
not an Olabisi Johnson guy.
No, but I'm a huge Laquan Treadwell guy. Is he even still on the team? I don't even
know.
No,
like, Laquan Treadwell is on the Jets.
Jets.
Laquan Treadwell and Doxson are both on the Jets now. Josh Johnson.
Oh man, God, that's embarrassing.
Jets can roll out 3 first-rounders. The Jets can roll out.
Yeah, I don't see anybody else going wide receiver. So I guess if you're Philly, you're really just kind of sitting and hoping that Jacksonville doesn't do it, and you're sitting pretty.
So there was some talk with this wide receiver class, as deep as it appeared to be. Would that mean that people wouldn't feel that need to run out and get first round on a wide receiver? We all thought they're just so good and they filled needs. These guys are going to want to go grab them. But I think what we're seeing is teams are reevaluating and going with more foundational kind of needs. And even though a guy like CeeDee Lamb is an incredible prospect, again, if your quarterback's not upright, it doesn't matter who your receiver is.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and that's what I keep saying. Like, I love Lamb, and I do think he's heads above the guys of Jefferson and Higgins and Rager. But if you can
we stop for a minute and reflect on Thomas Dimitrov's hair?
What's up?
Are you looking at Thomas Dimitrov's hair?
It's high, isn't it?
He is on the far right. If you're on ESPN,
is that his son? His son's almost taller than he is.
Looks like the guy on the far left is wearing like a bouncy ball on top of his head.
Oh, damn!
So Perry just chimed in on DQL, and he's freaking out. He's like, Philadelphia needs to go up and get Lamb now. Howie doesn't need to wait.
I agree with you, Paul. There's no way that Dallas and Philly do a trade. I don't know why I brought Dallas up. You good point there. They're not going to do that. Could Dallas just pull it off and take CeeDee Lamb like you were talking about, Matt? Like Philly.
I mean, there's been some suggestion that they'd take a receiver if they fell to them, and in fact, I saw oh my gosh,
Paul's watching. So AJ Terrell. That's not a bad move though. There's a lot of people who like Terrell. I mean, that's a good cornerback. I would have taken Dennis. What's his name? Because I'm just going to butcher it anyway.
K'Lavon Chasen.
K'Lavon Chasen. That's who I would have taken. But Terrell's good. So I've got a little
blank. Couldn't pronounce it. So he
I don't know if you guys can see that. They want. Whoop, there we go. Cowboys fans want Lamb. That's what they want. They want Lamb.
But all right, in reality, though,
Amari Cooper sucks. That's reality.
You just spent $100 million on Amari Cooper, so you're wedded to him. You're wedded to him. You know, you married that. Michael Gallup, I really like too. You know, who would it be worse for? Yeah. So
yeah, it would hurt Gallup more. I mean, yeah, I just spent like $24 on him in a Devy auction to get Gallup. I don't want to see CeeDee Lamb go there. If I'm being honest.
Also, I mean, like Cowboys, take something else. But CeeDee Lamb is getting to the point where we talked about with Wirfs. He's getting to be a value. I mean, here's the guy that we thought could go top 10. Who's here at 17. Or do the Raiders just bite the bullet and obviously corner was a need for the Raiders. Do they take full time or do they just go ahead and say, forget it? Now we have 2 wide receiver ones.
Okay, so that's what I was about to say. In all honesty, I'm going to be fully honest. If the Raiders take CeeDee Lamb, I think that actually makes me like him even more. Having a guy like Ruggs on the other side as the speedster and then CeeDee Lamb I still think is going to be the alpha. I mean, oh my God, I would love it. I have Gallup everywhere, so I hope no Lamb here. I'm right there with you, Paul. I've got Gallup in a couple places. Gallup is better than Amari. I like it. There we go. Finally, some common sense fans in here because Amari Cooper is trash. That's why. Love you, Amari. If you ever watch, I don't really hate you. You're a very good NFL wide receiver. You're just not very good for fantasy.
Hey, he's good for fantasy 4 weeks a year.
Well, yeah, I guess you're right. It always seems to be the 4 weeks that I play him too, which is just complete crap.
It's because of your animosity towards him. He's like, oh, am I going against Matt Bruning this week?
Yeah,
I'm firing it up. I'm firing it up.
Oh man. Oh, okay. That's right. Atlanta already picked. I was about to say we didn't really talk about Terrell, but any other opinions on him? I mean, I think it's a good pick for Atlanta. Helps them out. Helps secure that secondary. You guys have any other thoughts on it?
No, I mean I had him going 31 to San Francisco, but.
So what are we thinking here for Dallas? There's obviously no way as we pointed out, they're making a trade with Philly. So is it just Xavier McKinney?
I mean, I thought they would take McKinney, but with Jerry Jones, you never know.
Drafting by himself?
I have him going Ruiz.
I want the worst picture of McCarthy for this. He looks like the Joker. Like if I'm McCarthy's agent, I'm on the phone with ESPN right now. I'm serious. Like that's not a good look.
Oh, all right. Let's see here. I will be back in 2 seconds.
Okay.
So I have Ruiz going to Dallas to replace Frederick. Do you think that's too early for Ruiz?
No, I mean either the smart move for Dallas would be shoring up the offensive line or getting a secondary player.
So secondary wise, there's what? You think they need cornerback or they need safety more?
I mean, my thought would be McKinney because it seemed like a better value. But and where they're at, they're kind of in no man's land with getting a corner right now in terms of value. I get, but I guess you could. I liked McKinney as a pick for them. I think Ruiz, if you believe in him, you're not getting him probably in the second round. I think he goes somewhere here in the first round. So it's a little bit of a reach, but it's not an incredible reach.
I think the thing I see I've seen edge rushers mocked to Dallas a number of times.
I thought if Kinlaw fell to 17, they probably would take him because
I've seen Chason has been mocked a few times to Dallas.
It doesn't look like Lamb's on the phone, so I think we're pretty safe here.
But with Dallas getting their potheads back, Alden Smith and Randy Gregory back, they may be able to get 16 games out of the two of them this year.
Is Mike McCarthy the one coach that decided to sit on top of his camera?
He was super excited too.
We're about to get the up the nostril shot here. Come on, dudes, figure this out.
You don't have the best angle. Oh man. So let's be honest.
So we all thinking Xavier McKinney here? Is that what we all
No,
kind of agree?
we're just talking. Dennis picked Ruiz to go to them. That's
Cesar Ruiz? Okay.
That's a possible pick. Lamb wasn't on the phone, so we don't think it's him. But they both seem happy. They're almost wearing identical suits.
Oh, Jerry Jones is such a fucking liar. Look at that. He's got two people in there with him.
Well, one I think is his wife.
The other one's
I mean, that's probably his son right there next to him, though. So,
isn't Stephen Jones an executive? So even if it is his son, you technically have a member of your executive staff. So saying you got rid of all your front office people, is sort of inaccurate if you're sitting there with Stephen.
I mean, I guess it shouldn't be surprising, but I have to admit, his draft room is by far the most impressive so far out of everybody I've seen.
My wife was not a fan of Jerry Jones' couch. She has made a few comments. She was also
great.
Not a fan. So one of
like
the players they swung to, one of the people
here we go.
did not appear to be wearing pants. So they did pick CD Lamb. Yeah.
Oh man, I love it! Go Cowboys! Go Cowboys! Oh my god!
This is heartbreaking at a incredible.
Cowboys gonna cowboy.
Oh my gosh!
See, she's not wearing any pants.
Yeah, that's accurate.
She's not wearing pants? What's going on?
The girl sitting next to CD Lamb.
That's all right. Probably his girlfriend.
I just hope it's not his mother.
He looks thrilled, man. Look at him. I'd be thrilled too. I'm like, great. He gets to go play with Amari Brickhands and Michael Gallup. Wow. All right. So this is serious. We kind of need to react to this. I think that hurts CeeDee Lamb's stock a lot for fantasy. Do you guys agree with that?
Yeah, it's not my ideal landing spot just because of the not a clear path to targets.
So is Gallup going into his 3rd year or his 4th year?
I think it's year 3 for Gallup.
Year 3.
Was he a first-round pick?
He was I'll look it up, but I think he was a 2nd-round pick.
So even if he was a first-round pick, I got to imagine if they're taking Lamb, they're not going to extend Gallup. So he could be done after next year.
Yeah.
So, and if he's
Michael Gallup was a 3rd-round pick, 81st overall.
So potentially Lamb comes in, Gallup goes inside. Oh, maybe they put Lamb in the slot. Let him bully people.
Yeah, I think Amari Cooper is what Amari Cooper is. I think the one that gets hurt a little bit is Gallup. I mean, we saw last year Randall Cobb actually had a decently productive season as the wide receiver 3. You never know what injuries are going to be. You don't know for sure that Blake Jarwin is going to develop. You don't know if they're going to throw as many to Elliott. So it's not terrible, but I think it certainly probably caps Lamb's ceiling in year 1.
Oh, man. That's just, wow. That sucks. I'm not going to lie. I'm really not a fan of it. And I actually think in one of those Devy leagues, I ended up with Gallup and Lamb, so that just really screws me. I guess I can try and trade one of them, but
it looks like I'll be keeping Lamb on my taxi squad in the NFFL.
Oh, man. Golly, that's just ridiculous.
So the Dolphins are back up now for their 2nd pick.
Yeah. Who's best available?
They got to go offensive line, don't they?
Well, who's best?
So
Josh
Jones, Ruiz. Who else? Somebody mocked Isaiah Wilson. I don't even know who the hell he is.
He's pretty good. He's not. I think he's a step below Jones and Ruiz, but he's up. A lot of people like him. They have him going as a first-round tackle.
Or do they take Chasen to add to their defense?
See, there's Austin Jackson available.
McKinney. They have awesome corners.
Ezra Cleveland
back there, don't they?
They have Davian Howard and Byron Jones at corner, right?
Well, no, they signed. Did Miami sign Byron Jones right in free agency?
Yeah.
Isn't he a corner?
He is, but I mean, I'm trying to go through their secondary options right now. They've got
they have Rashad Jones, but they're going to get rid of him.
And McKinney is a safety, I believe. So, yeah, I mean, you could shore up a great young secondary.
I mean, taking Chason is good for my mock, but with them taking Tua, I think they need to go O-line. I mean, I guess they got another pick at 27, 26.
Yeah, 26.
So that they can take an O-lineman there.
You could possibly get Cesar Ruiz at 26.
Yeah. Or Tyler Badass. Who knows? Josh Jones, maybe.
Yeah, that would be a more, in my opinion, more fitting draft capital location to go tackle again. I cannot believe CD Lamb.
Oh, I know. I'm not gonna lie. I'm still kind of floored. I don't even know what to say, man.
All right, so Dennis, still your wide receiver 1?
That's a good goddamn question.
I mean, Dallas is a great offense on the one hand, but on the other hand, damn.
I mean, I've been with you. I've been on Lamb the entire time. I think it's got to be Judy now. I just don't think this is again, I'm not as big a believer in Dak as you guys are.
Do people buy into Ruggs? Probably wouldn't be one for me, but do people buy into Ruggs?
I'm sure some people do. Yeah, I don't. There are people who have. There's people who've had Ruggs up in their top 5, and I'm sure him going 1, being the quote-unquote probably number 1 for Oakland, is going to raise him up the boards. I wouldn't move him over Judy, though.
Yeah.
Judy's going into an offense that, I don't think he's going to be – Denver's landing spot for Judy, I think, is perfect for him because Sutton is the alpha. Sutton is the wide receiver 1. Judy can now come in and not have to be that. He can be the secondary option, great route runner. He's going to be that guy that Lott can check down to. He doesn't have to go down the field like Sutton can. And I think that fits in perfectly for Judy. That would move Judy to my one for me, especially because Lamb goes here. If Lamb went to Philly, Lamb would be my one, no question about it. But him going to Dallas, I don't see – they're going to rely on Cooper, as you just talked about. They paid him. I mean, I would say Lamb's better than Gallup, but there's just too many mouths to feed now. You've got Zeke as well that they're going to lean on at times.
No, we already talked about this is going to be a tough offseason. You're not going to have rookie mini camps. You're not going to have OTAs. You're probably going to have some kind of condensed training camp if you have one at all, with already established guys like Cooper and Gallup who have a relationship with Dak Prescott, who know the offense. They're going to have an even bigger leg up. I like Lamb's talent, but it's not like he went to a team like the Jets. If you're competing with Rashad Perriman and who's that?
It's Howie Roseman. Howie Rosen. That's what Perry sent.
I mean, if you're Lamb and you go to the Jets and you're competing against Perriman, or you're going to the 49ers where there isn't a clear number two, you have an easier path to targets. Even if you would have gone to the Raiders with Ruggs, we think he's better than Ruggs. You have two rookies up against Tyrell Williams and Hunter Renfrow, who's a guy that they got on the cheap. So those were more clear paths to even Philadelphia would be more clear path to targets. Dallas is a better offense than some of those, but a worse, in my opinion, landing spot for immediate value. You could be right. They might be letting go of Gallup, but they have at least 2 more cheap years with him. They could try to trade Gallup. You could see them trying to flip a receiver, I guess, and just rolling with what they got. But, maybe Jerry just wants to have a preponderance of weapons.
Well, yeah, he's trying to win the Super Bowl now, right? Like that's it. He probably senses his mortality a little bit with his age, and he's trying to do everything he can to make sure he wins now. It's a good pick. I mean, it was the value pick, right? It was the right pick. He was the best player on the board. And for us, I think fantasy-wise, we're looking at it that way. It's a bad pick for us. We don't want to see it. All right, well, let's see who Miami takes here.
Austin Jackson.
Okay, that's not a bad move. Not a bad move. He was probably the next best tackle on the board. So now they've got him. I think they go running back here at the end. But who we have up now? Raiders. So what are we thinking with the Raiders?
Well, I originally thought they were going to go secondary. Maybe they go McKinney. Maybe everything's coming up basis for them. They seem to obviously they believed Ruggs was the best receiver because they were the first team to have a crack at any of the receivers, and that's what they went with. They definitely were a team that needed secondary help. A lot of people had mocked potentially corners going to them, but I think most people thought McKinney was going to go a little earlier. I can't remember. Do they have safety? They might have a young safety. I have to look it up now.
Yeah, was Abrams last year, right?
Yeah, they had a guy that got hurt. So
yeah, Abrams. Yeah, he was a Hard Knocks guy. Was in like one episode. Got hurt, I think, in that preseason game. Was out the whole year.
So now I have to do what I always dreamed of doing, which is study the Raiders roster. Dreams do come true, all. Dreams do come true. So let's see. At safety right now, they have Demarius Randall listed as a safety. Jonathan Abram is the guy I was thinking of. They have Heath, LaMarcus Joyner, Eric Harris. So maybe they wouldn't go. People had said corner. So I've seen Christian Fulton mocked to them. He's still there.
That'd be a good pick.
And it looks like looking at their cornerback roster, they definitely could use a corner. These are the guys. I'm just going to read their names. None of them actually stand out to me. These are the corners on the Raiders roster. Jordan Brown, Ken Crawley, Isaiah Johnson, DJ Killings, Nevin Lawson, Dylan Mabin, Trayvon Mullen, who I've actually heard of, Nick Nelson, and Kaishan Nixon.
Oh. Yeah, looks like Fulton.
Yeah.
It's not a bad pick. I think Fulton is he was next in line after Henderson, so I think it'd be a good move for them now, obviously, with as bad as that secondary sounded that you just read off. All right, let's see here. Man, I'm still kind of reeling over CD Lamb. That is just ridiculous.
All right, so we haven't seen any running backs go, but let's project
Miami.
Miami,
I guess, is going to be the first one at 26. I think Miami and Kansas City both go running back.
So let's go to rookie drafts while we're waiting because we think the Raiders probably go defense here.
Yeah.
If, let's say, Miami took a running back, who do you think they might take? Do you think they take a running back, or do you think they?
I don't have them pegged for a running back here. I feel like they need to still work on their offensive line.
So maybe Ruiz.
He'd probably be my pick. But if they do take a running back, I feel like they're going to want to go with somebody that has 3-down potential, a better all-around game. That's what I guess I think I would do.
Dobbins.
But we've seen Dobbins would be my one, but I could see him going Swift. But then we also know Flores he spent 15 years with Belichick. So I could easily see him going Jonathan Taylor and saying, we'll have somebody else catch passes.
See, the only reason I don't think he'll go Taylor is because of the fumbling issues, and we know how big of a deal that is. That's why I think he'll go Swift.
They went and got Jordan Howard, who I would say is more like a battering ram type running back. They gave him a modest contract, but they have to be looking at that as kind of the grinder guy. It would make more sense if they're going to get a running back right now that they would get somebody who would be more of a receiving benefit here as the Raiders.
Looking at the Dolphins depth chart on Roto World, it doesn't list a center.
Yeah, so Ruiz wouldn't be a bad pick.
Oh, man. It's ridiculous. I'm so upset right now.
Well, probably the way this draft is going, maybe they take Jordan Love.
I don't know. You know what? I feel like if they thought they were going to take a quarterback early, they wouldn't have made a move to get Mariota. I feel like they think Mariota is their reclamation project / hedge against, and they took Damon Arnett, cornerback, Ohio State.
Ooh, okay. I like it. Arnett was right there. He was a top 5 in pass deflections and lowest completion percentage actually last year. So I like it. That's a good move by them.
So Jacksonville, do you think Jacksonville takes Chase on?
I think they have to now. At this point, they already know, like you mentioned earlier, that you're going to lose Ngakoue. So why not? Why not grab his replacement now? We thought they would do it earlier.
Honestly, why would you even try to keep Ngakoue after he spends every day just taking shots at you? I mean, talk about bringing a toxic presence right back. You know, the guy sits there and basically calls you trash for 2 months. Are you going to give him $20 million to come into your locker room and just pray?
Well, I'm sure that they were hoping they could get rid of him, but at this point, I don't know if you can move him for anything.
Well, he suppressed his own trade value too.
Yeah. Well, I think that's the point. I don't think he cares. I would assume he doesn't care. Kind of like Trent Williams.
But look at what it did for Trent Williams. He did not draw a paycheck. He succeeded in sitting out.
Well, yeah, but I mean, will he actually get moved? Because that's the thing. Like, he could just continue to sit and not get paid. I don't think the Redskins are going to care. Like, eventually, I do think he's going to get moved. But, I mean, I don't know. I would think, from my perspective, you'd want to keep your mouth shut. Just say, hey, look, I want to be traded. Like, if you want to put that out there, I'm cool with, like, hey, I want to be traded. But to come out and make, like, the personal shots that he's been taking and everything, I think it suppresses his value so much that the Jaguars aren't going to want to move him because they know they're not going to get back fair value for him. Like, you probably have teams offering like 2nd and 3rd round picks for him, which he's definitely worth more than that.
He's not worth more than that if he isn't on the field.
Well, true, but they're not going to have to pay him either. I would think. Especially with the new CBA, if you sit out, you don't get paid and you don't accrue your year. So he's just going to screw himself even more now.
I did see the most hilarious tweet, though. Javon Kinlaw's antics, Jacksonville wringing their hands, 30 other teams, scratching his name off the board. Raiders sitting there. Hey, we may have found our guy.
Oh, man. So now Philly's definitely got to go wide receiver. So what's the wide receiver you guys want to see go there? You got Higgins. Jefferson, Mims are probably the top 3 options. Maybe Rager. I like Rager a lot, obviously. Who would you rather see go there, Dennis?
I don't know if Rager and Jefferson are the right scheme fit. I think they need a bigger outside receiver. So I like Higgins. I like Denzel Mims. Maybe even Brandon Ayuk. Probably a little early for Ayuk, but might be the right spot for Mims or Higgins.
Okay.
I think
What about you, Matt?
Philly might eschew going a wide receiver here and go in the second round.
Think so? Where would they go? I don't know what their biggest needs are. So
I don't know.
I don't know what did we pick on our over under for wide receivers going in the first round.
I was over. It was 5.5, and
right?
I think I went over.
Everybody went over except for this guy.
So we need three wide receivers to go here in the next 12 picks.
So, like I
mean,
said, the
it could
Eagles
happen.
are definitely going wide receiver, as are the
Right.
Vikings and the Saints. I think the Packers, the 49ers. We're all, we're just going to go way over.
Way
Now,
over.
this draft we've entered a space where it's getting
Boring.
harder to guess. Well,
it's definitely been. I mean,
it's
honestly
been depressing a little bit, probably for us because of some of the landing spots. Like I'm happy that we got Jerry Jeudy, but not only would I have preferred CeeDee Lamb, seeing that he's now been trapped in Dallas's closet makes me even sadder.
Yeah. I think I didn't think I could get any more depressed when the Browns drafted Jedrick Wills, and now that I've seen my guy in Lamb go to the Cowboys, I hate life right now. It's the things are
really
my rookie draft's a whole lot easier though this week.
This going live for the first round has really just resulted in us all needing therapy. So
right,
yeah, pretty much, yeah.
We're gonna watch Jerry Jones come out to the press. Jones will
this
come
is
out
bad
to
luck. I've figured it out.
Jones will come out to the press conference and tell CeeDee Lamb to put the lotion in the basket.
Oh no! I didn't even catch that.
What?
So they're doing the draft in Las Vegas next year?
Oh, did they announce that?
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
Where were they supposed to do it?
It's supposed to be in Cleveland.
Oh, well. So
I mean, I could
loss.
see him pushing everything back a year.
Yeah, that's what they're saying on Twitter. I didn't even see it. I had it muted. But
he did some kind of thing where he was showing the Las Vegas Stadium. And
they're saying that it'll be in Vegas next year. Everybody's getting pushed back a year is what they're saying. It looks like.
So what I hear you saying is we are going live for the first round, but we're all taking a flight to our favorite casino to go live for the first round.
Oh no, never mind. They're hosting the 2022 draft.
So in 2 years.
Yeah, in 2 years they're hosting the draft.
In 2 years, we're all going live again, but we are going to live from the floor of the Palms.
Of course, if you want to join us, Matt, you're more than welcome. But I know we are all trying to plan a get together with the Dynasty nerds up in Cleveland for the draft next year. That I will be doing everything I can to be at. So we will definitely try and do something live there. I know Dennis's wife is like trying to set up some big party thing. Last I read about doing something up there, so that should be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to that.
She's trying, but nobody will commit any space because the NFL has told them hold this space.
Right. We're more important than the NFL.
Yeah, I think so. We're local.
That's the thing about Las Vegas. There's such an infrastructure that you can always find a casino to go from. Yeah. Or get just a nice room facing the strip and go from there.
There's a lot of stuff that I would have to get together, though. This is a lot more than it looks like. I try to keep my little setup hidden. I don't have to bring this stuff with me, but all this other stuff it's a lot of work. It's not easy. Let's see.
Man, this is taking a long time. They're almost 3 hours in.
I know. I was getting my hopes up. We were kind of rolling there for a minute. Now we've kind of feels like we've hit a little bit of a lull.
A little bit of a lull. So, Jags. Chason probably.
Yeah, I would think it's gotta be Chason.
Or do they come back and take a quarterback here?
No, they're not gonna replace old Gardner. Godden is the guy. He's got to stick around, right?
No, he's a guy, that's for sure.
Wow.
No, there's no way. I mean, it's just Jordan Love at this point, right? There's no way that they switch him out. Let's see here. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong.
You don't think they'd go Hurts?
No. I mean, I guess they could. It's Jacksonville, but no, I don't. Rager to Philly? I don't know. No, Dennis says that he does not think that. Maybe you already said, you posted that. I'm late behind that. Dennis thinks it'd be a better fit for who'd you say again? Jefferson or Mims, right?
No, he said Mims or
Mims or
Higgins. Yes, they take Chase on. All right, so there we go. Replacing Ngakoue. That's a good move. Puts the Eagles on the clock, and we're imagining it's got to be either.
They're listing Chase on as the linebacker. I thought I had seen him.
Yeah, I mean, he plays all over the place. I would imagine he's going to be – well, I guess he did play mostly linebacker, so I don't know. Played at linebacker for the – what's up, buddy?
Anybody you want me to cover, and I can play the run. No offensive lineman has ever just moved me off the ball. Booker, I think we need to understand what an exceptional athlete this kid was. He didn't play football his sophomore year because he wanted to focus on basketball.
Well, we're probably 3 minutes from. So if Philly does not take a wide receiver, I don't think we're getting to the over 5.
I mean, what? So if they don't, what do you still have? You've got Jacksonville's a possibility, Minnesota, New Orleans,
Jacksonville
Green
already.
Bay. So that's 4.
Already,
That puts you at 6. No, it puts you at 7. There's already been 3 who've gone.
Jacksonville already went though.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at the wrong thing here.
So if Philly passes, Minneapolis is possible. Saints
Minnesota,
is
New Orleans,
Green Bay is possible.
So you got
But you'd have to get all of them, or you'd have to get the Chiefs coming up and taking them to get the over. That's what I'm saying. It becomes to me much less likely we can get the over because I thought part of the reason I was sold on the over is I thought some of these earlier teams, I thought San Fran would go wide receiver. I thought the Jets would potentially go receiver. You think Philly? So if none of those 3 do, then
I don't see how Philly wouldn't. Oh crap, we're about 20. I got to do my whole thing. This will be the end of episode 2 for the podcast listening audience. I appreciate you guys listening. We're capping it there at 20 with the not Las Vegas Raiders. Jesus, the
Jacksonville Jaguars
taking Clavion Chase on. Hopefully I said that right. Dennis is not here to correct me, so we're going to go with it. And we will pick up episode 3 with pick 21, the Philadelphia Eagles, who just picked, and we'll hopefully finish out the podcast with the last 9 picks here. Nope, sorry, last 11 picks. God, I can't. I'm tired.
They have the last 12 picks. I'm going with.
Well, I was told there would be no math, so
I know. I'm just trying to help you out. I'm going with. I guess final guess. I'm going to say Mims. I'm going to stick with Philly taking.
I mean, he definitely seems like he's going to be the best fit. Although I would love to see Rager go there because I think Rager's a stud. He's still my wide receiver ranking is about to go all over the fucking place with what happened with Lamb.
Do you believe in Arcega-Whiteside at all?
What's up? What about?
Do you believe in Arcega-Whiteside?
Actually, in both in the Devy drafts that I'm in, I picked him up as my last pick for $1. I think that's a steal in all of my auction ones. I think he's still going to be good. I just think he got put in. He was raw coming out, and I think a lot of us talked about that last year. I did not think he was going to have a huge rookie season. I do think he's just too much like Alshon Jeffrey, and having Alshon there, you just can't have 2 those same kind of possession wide receivers, if that makes sense.
I still have Alshon, so.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be there much longer. He's already come out, I believe, and asked to be traded earlier in the offseason. Like, he doesn't want to be there in Philly anymore. So I think whether he's there for 1 more year or if they move on from him, that's when our
Jefferson.
He's good.
Jefferson.
Is it Justin Jefferson?
He's on the phone.
Oh, wow.
To Philly?
Yeah.
Yep, looks like it.
My mock likes it because that was one of my mock locations, but Dennis made a very strong case for him not being the right kind of receiver for them.
Well, he played mostly slot in college. That's an interesting thing. He's an inside wide receiver. Again, I mean, that helps out Arcega-Whiteside, as we were just talking about, though, being the big outside wide receiver. So, I mean, that could help out. Man, this draft is just all kinds of fucked up. This is not at all what I was expecting it to be.
So what does this do
ridiculous.
for Jefferson in fantasy? I think the real interesting picks. So it's very possible I think the Vikings might very well take Josh Jones because they've
got 2 picks, so
they need offensive line. I think they might take offensive line with both of them. But that would be my guess. So New England, do we think they take a quarterback?
I don't know. See, that's what. So a lot of people kept talking about that because there was a lot of talk that Love would fall, like he has been. There's a lot of people didn't think he deserved to go toward the top. But then there's all these analysts coming out saying they don't think New England attacks quarterback in the first round. They keep saying they'll come away with the quarterback. It will not be in the first round. And I think you have to get Love in the first round. I don't think Love falls in the second round. I do think either someone's going to trade up or someone here is going to take Love at some point.
Well, because we saw that with Lamar Miller, who looked like he was about to fall out of the first round, and Baltimore went back in at the end. If you think Love can be your guy, you don't risk it.
Well, but I don't think the Patriots have a second. They have a bunch of picks after the second, but I don't think they actually have a second rounder.
I don't think they do either.
Oh, goodness.
So they're taking their sweet time announcing a selection, but we already showed Justin Jefferson's family celebrating. So.
And then watch it not even be Justin Jefferson. Watch it be somebody else.
Well, he was on the phone and they were celebrating, so that would be
he definitely looked happy.
That would be the greatest bait and switch in virtual draft history.
Well, my wife just said that Goodell said that the
oh my God, they took Rager.
Oh, I like it. I love Rager. I think he's a really good wide receiver. I think that's a good.
Philadelphia took Rager.
Jefferson talking to the Vikings.
Maybe.
I don't know. Maybe.
I like Rager to Philly better than I like Jefferson, but not as much as I like Mims or Higgins.
Here's the only reason I like it, because we were just talking about it when you walked out a minute ago, is you still have Arcega-Whiteside, who I think can be that guy on the outside. And now you get a guy like Jalen Reagor who can play outside, inside. He's got the speed. He's completely opposite of what Arcega-Whiteside brings you. I think and we know Wentz can get it down the field. I think Rager is a great fit for Philly.
So does Rager potentially? It's curious what this is going to end up doing to drafts.
For me, he just jumped Lamb. That's what I was about to say.
Well, it's the problem. We all love Lamb's talent, but we've seen this is where I talk about the landing spots. You can love a guy, and they can be trapped on.
Well, so for me, Rager's been my 2 behind Lamb, and he just jumped him for me. It's now for me. As much as it pains me to say this, not because he went to Denver, but I think it's a good spot. I just wasn't as high on Judy. I think Judy's 1, Rager's 2, Lamb is 3 for me right now, and then I'm still have Ruggs below all of them. I'm just not that big of a believer.
I personally feel like there was a lot of people that were hot on Ruggs pre-draft. He was the first receiver taken, and they're in love with that. People were talking about Oakland being a really desirable landing spot. Those are the reasons. I'm not saying I love the spot. I think that's a reason you might see people reach for him in drafts.
No, I agree with you. People will. I won't, but I do agree with you. There's a lot of people who really love Ruggs that will reach for him. Dennis, with that now happening, where do your wide receivers kind of rank right now?
I have to take some time and absorb what the landing spots really mean for these players. So I still, at this very second, Lamb is still my 1 based on talent.
You have until Monday when we do our rookie mock again.
I think I'd have to look. Let me see. I think I got my. Oh dang! I closed them. You see, I thought I had my rookie rankings up from yesterday.
Trade for a QB, they could. I don't know if Indy would move up, or has Indy picked yet? No, Indy gave away there first, so they'd have to trade up in, right?
Yeah, do they have a lot of trade pieces. I don't know. They're keeping Brissett. They said they're not moving on from Brissett, and they've got Phillip Rivers. I feel like they're going to wait and see what they got this year. I don't think that they try to make a move for QB this year.
Oh, all right. Interesting. Well, Vikings pick's already in, so that was kind of quick. They still had like 5 minutes on the clock.
Did you see the Colts signed Trey Burton?
Did they?
Yeah,
Great.
Trey Burton reunited with Frank Reich. They're talking about it like it's going to be fantasy role. I had to take a moment and let the laughter
So I want to get your guys' thoughts on this really quick because I disagree with this 100%. Will openly admit that this is a Cowboys fan. I do agree with the first statement here that Dallas now enters the conversation of having the best wide receiver trio in the league. Then they also state that they will score as many points or more points than the Chiefs, which I think is a tad bit ridiculous because Dak is not Patrick Mahomes.
But he arguably has better receivers.
But he's still not Patrick Mahomes.
He arguably has a better line, better running.
But he's still not Patrick Mahomes.
I don't know. Dallas is good. You know, the Chiefs are good. You know, which child do I love the best? So I had Rager at 3.
Yeah.
You know, it narrows the margin in part because Rager is going to get opportunity soon.
I already got people blowing up my DMs for Lamb.
They blowing it up good or bad?
Bad, because I don't want him anymore.
This is the tough part about drafting rookies pre-NFL draft. You know, when you see a guy, especially in auctions, that was going for that much money, it's unfortunate.
Well, this is a different one. This is a Debbie league, so I'm trying to pull up my roster really quick so I can explain to you because I was keying on like Higgins. I think I have Higgins and Lamb in this one. I was like hoping that when they came on, they would be like these studs of my wide receiver core, and then that's obviously taken a tad bit of a hit here now.
Yeah, I don't even know where T. Higgins.
Oh, never mind. My wide receiver core is solid. I take that back. Odell Beckham Jr., DJ Chark, T. Higgins, DK Metcalf, Preston Williams, and then CeeDee Lamb, and Prashad Perriman, James Washington are kind of my throw-ins.
What do we think about Washington?
I don't even know what to think about Washington. There's a lot of rumors that the Steelers may move on from Juju, so that might be just in move kind of with that make Washington a good pickup right now.
I was just surprised. It seemed like Deontay Johnson pretty easily supplanted Washington last year.
Yeah, their games are a bit different, and I with the prevalence of 3 wide receiver sets, you know, Washington has a role, kind of a Deshaun Jackson type of role, is what he brings to that team. But
well, the Steelers,
he's got to grow. He's got to grow his game. He needs to learn more. He needs to put more effort into being a more full wide receiver. I think he got caught up being a deep threat.
Imagine if Rager played with Mayfield, Murray, and Hurts. He would be probably the top wide receiver in this draft, or he'd be right there in the discussion with Lamb, in my opinion. I agree. Rager played with 3 quarterbacks of my talent, and if you've ever seen me throw a football, you'd be embarrassed for me. So he did not have good quarterbacks throwing to him. I agree with you 100%, Paul. Rager is going to be a great fit in Philly. I love it. I really think it's a good spot for him.
They traded away to Forrest Buckner. They draft a younger version, a cheaper version of that. Will Minnesota do the same?
What is with all these people got their fireplace going? This isn't some kind of Christmas video where we need you to have the fire going in the background.
Ambiance. You got to have that ambiance. You don't want prison like I got, right?
Well, you know.
So Minnesota's needs. Let me pull these up. I feel like they need to replace Diggs. I don't know if Olabisi Johnson
They
is
just
the
took
answer.
Justin Jefferson.
Boy, that seems like duplicitous with Adam Thielen. Thielen is so much better out of the slot.
Yeah, because Diggs didn't play a lot in the slot, right? It was
No, they started out rotating a lot more, but Thielen just was so much better in the slot.
So, I mean, and you think that's probably where they're going to put him into the slot?
I mean, that's what he's best at.
All right. So Minnesota takes Justin Jefferson, huh? All right.
So
I like
that's
it.
got to be who he was on the phone with. They just picked the wrong.
And New England just traded their pick to the Chargers. Oh, wait, no. There's no way they're coming up for Jordan Love. I got excited for nothing for a minute. So who are the Chargers trading up to get?
I don't know. And so does that mean the Patriots traded out of the first round?
Again.
Yeah, that's not surprising at all. That was so now that kind of answers our question too about possibly Love going to the Patriots there, Matt. Obviously, they're not going to take him. So does someone trade up to get him at this point?
I think Paul put on there that he thought 31 with the 49ers was a good spot if somebody wants to come back up into the first round to get Love. That would probably make sense. Well, I don't know what other teams down the backside of this draft would even possibly be a good quarterback landing spot. The most obvious one left to me seemed to be New England because obviously maybe it's possible that just none of us want to believe Jarrett Stidham's the guy, but Bill was happy with Jarrett Stidham and Brian Hoyer for a year.
Yeah, I mean he cut Brian Hoyer last year and wanted him to be the the backup. So he clearly likes him. Like I said, everybody was saying that there's no way the Patriots go quarterback in the first round. So they must be happy with a guy like Eason or maybe Hurt, someone in the second round.
Anthony Gordon late.
Isn't Jefferson basically the same role as Thielen? Not necessarily. Thielen can actually play on the outside. He does do good in the slot, but he can play on the outside and be a very successful wide receiver. Jefferson can.
No, he can't.
But don't hate on Adam Thielen. But Justin Jefferson thrived more in the LSU offense as the slot wide receiver. I'd imagine with them drafting Justin Jefferson, he's going to move into the slot. Thielen's going to be mostly on the outside. That would be my thought on that. Wow.
So do you think it hurts Thielen for fantasy purposes?
Not one bit. I think the reason we saw Thielen and Diggs kind of splitting off games on who was good and who was not is I feel like they both kind of played the same game. Jefferson, I think, is going to be more of the slot guy, not going down the field. Like I think Thielen's going to be their deep threat now, which I don't know if that's going to be a good thing. We did see him kind of get banged up a lot last year. But I do think Thielen's going to be more of their deep threat kind of stretch the field guy. Jefferson down in the slot, possession guy. He can do a lot with the yak yardage after the fact. I think they're both going to be separate. I actually kind of like the landing spot for Jefferson.
So did they tell us what the Patriots got in this trade?
I have not seen yet. No, all I saw was that they're maybe talking about it right now. Let's see.
They said the Eagles are in discussions for Marquise Goodwin. Well, you know what they said. When they
second and third round pick for the Chargers.
Oh, that's not bad. I'm looking at that. That's a decent haul. But what are the Chargers coming back up for? They already have the pick in.
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out because I was thinking wide receiver, but they don't need a wide receiver. They've got Williams and Allen.
Allen's in the last year of his deal.
Oh, okay.
So
okay? Josh Jones is still on the board though. They need offensive line help, right? So you got Josh Jones. And
they need to rebuild the left side of their line since they went out and got all those people to protect Tua's blind side. Now they got to go get guys to protect Herbert's blind side.
Yeah. I mean, you got Ezra Cleveland, Josh Jones, and Cesar Ruiz, all who I think are going to be really good tackles or offensive linemen. I'd imagine that's who they're coming up to get. Because did McKinney already go? Xavier McKinney already go?
Or did they jump it because they want to add – could they want a linebacker? Could they want McKinney has not gone.
Murray is there. Kenneth Murray is legit.
Could they want a safety? Patrick Queen, Kenneth Murray?
Patrick Queen's linebacker.
So is Kenneth Murray.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. I thought you said coming for linebacker. I said Kenneth Murray's legit. He would be the guy I'd come up for.
Yeah.
That's what. Well, see, but they don't really need the secondary help. Their secondary is still stacked, isn't it? They haven't really lost anybody, not that I know of. They still have Hayward back there. Derwin James is coming back, hopefully healthy.
And
they got John Johnson last year, who was good with the Rams. Weddle retired, but did he retire? He retired from Baltimore.
Ram.
Oh, as a Ram. That's right.
Was it Ram or Baltimore? One of those two. All right, here we go. Let's see who they pick.
Kenneth Murray.
Why is yours ahead of mine?
Because I don't know. It's Kenneth Murray.
He's closer to Goodell's house.
Closer to Goodell's house. It's bullshit.
Well, what
Great pick.
Are you on cable or are you on satellite? I'm on DirecTV.
I'm on DirecTV too. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand how you're ahead of me. This is driving me crazy.
I'm closer to NORAD. They're vetting the picks.
Gotcha. Kenneth Murray, outside of Isaiah Simmons, who, again, we've talked about doesn't have a quote-unquote position, can play anywhere. I thought Kenneth Murray was the best linebacker in the draft, so I think that's a solid pick for them. That really helps out that defense.
That was to the Chargers, right?
Yeah, to the Chargers, yes.
So Rager had been mocked to New Orleans quite a few times. They also, I've seen, been mocked taking Patrick Queen. Do you think they go wide receiver? Do you think they go the one that my heart was somebody mocked them taking Jordan Love, and my take I will have to take a break after CeeDee Lamb. It would be too crushing for me to also lose my fantasy.
It's on Twitter earlier. Sean Payton came out earlier today and said we're not afraid to take a quarterback, which I think clearly states he's not in love with Taysom Hill like he keeps saying he is.
And don't slap a first-round tender and get my hopes up.
Well, I understand that, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is where they go Love. I mean, again, he's going to be able to sit for a year behind Drew Brees. I think that
Drew Brees a 2-year contract.
Perfect place for him to land because Sean Payton, we know, is an offensive mind who could clearly build around a guy like Jordan Love and kind of build a system for him and bring out the best traits in him. So I think this would be a great spot for him to land. Will he land here? I don't know. They do need a wide receiver. I don't think they really need much defensive help, offensive line help. No. So who knows? Maybe they'll take J.K. Dobbins and piss off all the Alvin Kamara owners. I have no idea. What do you guys think?
Well, I had him taking Murray.
Yeah. There's rumors Kamara's on the trading block, too, which kind of makes me nervous.
Because he's not that good. He's overrated.
Who is celebrating? Who is this?
Oh, I didn't even see.
Don't show they're showing us No. Oh, that was Kenneth Murray?
Okay. Yeah, right here. Again, I'm behind you, so I don't know. You may be watching something else. I'm pretty sure that what I'm watching is Kenneth Murray celebrating.
Okay, fine. Well, they already pulled the bait and switch and showed us Justin Jefferson celebrating it on the phone when he was obviously talking with it.
Oh, hey, look, I got an email from the Cleveland Browns. Get your Jedrick Wills jersey, number 1. Fuck no. Sorry, I'm still a little bit bitter about that.
This is the moment in time where we remind you this podcast is not safe for work.
It is not. Please don't listen around your children unless you let your children.
Are we cutting it? Are you cutting it into a third?
I cut it earlier. You were not here.
Well, yeah, you left. We cut it after Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Although, in the verbal announcement, we cut it after the Raiders or Jacksonville, or we're coming back with Philadelphia.
Yeah, it was all messed up. But yeah, I forgot that I needed to cut it at the 20 pick, but it was cut. It will be cut. So yeah, we're good. We got, 10 o'clock? So it's probably not going to end till 11. Golly. Oh my God, tomorrow's going to suck.
Look,
it's going to suck until 7 o'clock when round 2 starts.
Well, I got to take a huge nap when I get home tomorrow to be ready for 7 o'clock because I got to be up at 3:30, and it's a big day for me tomorrow. So.
Why did God give you sick days if they weren't meant to be used around?
You know what? I want to call in sick so bad, but the bad thing is
everybody's watching.
Is commenting on here. He knows that I'm doing this and I'm not sick, so I can't call in sick.
You got to plan ahead, man. Get that PTO.
Why don't you make a millennial move and call in tired?
Nah, I don't do that. I've worked on like a broken ankle before. I don't do that stuff. I thought about calling in with the whole, I got a fever. Might have the coronas, gotta take off, but then I don't have to actually go to the doctor and all that other stuff. So I'll just man up and deal with it tomorrow. It is what it is. I just a lot of caffeine. Might buy like 4 coffees in the morning and just kind of see if I can power through the day. Get home, just take a big nap. I'll sleep for like 6 hours and then get up and get ready to do round 2 and 3. What does the timer drop to in 2 and 3? It drops to what, 5? Is it 5 minutes?
I think 5 minutes. Yeah.
God, I hope so. This feels like this is much longer than last year's round 1.
I feel like it's just this back end. I feel like that first round, I don't know about the warp speed that Wingo said, but it did feel like he was kind of going there earlier. Now it does. It feels like the second round definitely took longer. I cut it and it was at about an hour and 50 minutes, where the first hour was at 1:34, and that was picks 1 through 10. So picks 11 through 20 took about almost 30 minutes longer.
Yeah.
A little bit ridiculous.
Somebody's guessing Xavier McKinney. I don't think so, because didn't they go back and get their safety that they went and got a safety in free agency that they used to have?
Oh, yeah. Former Buckeye. Came from the Eagles.
And Malcolm Jenkins.
Jenkins, yeah.
Yeah, they've got
Isn't he like 38 years old?
Yeah, I guess so. They've got like a full Buckeye second.
No, he's like 32, I think.
Eli Apple, Malcolm Jenkins. Who else is it? Who am I forgetting? Who's the good one? Marshawn Lattimore back there as well.
Eli Apple's gone, right?
Yeah, he's they didn't resign him.
He's a free agent.
I mean, that's not surprising. He did kind of suck last year, so and the year before that, and the year before that in New York. So, all right. Well, New Orleans pick is in. So, where are we thinking? Kenneth Murray's already gone. We thinking they go linebacker and go Patrick Queen. Is this where Jordan Love finally comes off the board and crushes Matt's dreams for the night? What are we thinking?
I'm thinking I should have stuck with my first draft of my mock draft because I had Jordan Love going to New Orleans, and that's probably who's going to go there.
Shut your mouth.
Matt's going to be so upset. We might hear Matt cussing on the podcast here in a minute.
Yeah, it's a good thing that I shared this off my Facebook page where I'm connected to all the congregants.
That's all right. They're probably not watching now, right? It's like, what was it, 9 o'clock for you right now?
Yeah, 9:07.
Miami coming up. So do we think Miami ends up going running back? Is that what you guys were deciding when I walked off?
I think Dennis is right. Miami goes and gets Ruiz if he's still there. And I think Josh Johnson probably goes 25 to Minnesota because they really do need to get offensive line. I thought offensive line receiver, it was a toss-up, but that was my guess of what they do with their 2 picks. They already got their kind of receiver guy. Saints, I think, probably defense. The pick is in. I wonder if they really did this virtual draft so that we could appreciate everybody's fancy houses. Is this like the NFL version of Cribs?
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, I'm still more impressed by Jerry Jones than anybody else.
He might be at Cowboy Stadium. That might be where he chose to do his lock-in. I know I would. He's got luxury suites. He's got that.
Right? Isn't that what happened? Did Mike McCarthy stay over in the night? Whatever, before he signed him. Oh, here we go.
That reminds me of a Macaulay Culkin, Michael Jackson situation. Oh, who's this?
Cesar Ruiz. Okay, he's the center that Dennis was talking about. Yeah. It's a good move. Offensive line. He can play outside of center, but
wait, did they announce that?
Yeah, Cesar Ruiz. Yeah. Wait, I'm ahead of Matt now. All right, let's take it. Let's go. Let's go. I get to announce picks first now.
Well, that's a good. I mean, if you're gonna have Drew Brees and everybody, so that makes me think Miami may go running back.
We got Minnesota up. They already went wide receiver. So what do you guys think they do here now?
They need a defensive back.
Who did Miami take at 18?
They went offensive line, didn't they?
I thought they did too. They took a tackle.
Austin Jackson.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Cesar Ruiz would have made sense to Miami at 26.
Well, I think he'd have made sense at Minnesota too. Minnesota needs offensive line help. Who's
No,
still?
they just got that Bradbury last year.
Yeah, they took a center last year. They need to tackle. I think they'll take Josh.
So Josh Jones, right? Josh Jones can play tackle. Is that kind of the most maybe?
Probably.
Move up for. Oh yeah. I got that.
Or the Vikings take another wide receiver just to crush their fans.
Oh jeez.
They may go Trayvon Diggs or Christian Fulton.
That's true. I was surprised they haven't got. Who did the Raiders take? They took a corner, didn't they?
Yes. They took
Damon Arnett.
Oh yeah, that's right. Ohio State. I knew they had taken secondary. So Fulton, that's a possibility. I think wasn't San Francisco one of their needs was secondary help, so they got to be kind of looking this, seeing who's going to fall. Because McKinney's still there. But the Vikings, I think we decided, or the Dolphins, I think we decided didn't need a safety.
So let's see So Minnesota's on the clock right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so my guess is going to be Josh Jones.
So their needs were.
Sense, to my opinion, I'm with you.
Looking at Draft Tech here, Draft Tech did have their needs as a slot receiver. So their main needs were wide receivers and cornerback
on the outside.
So no, I expect they're probably going to go. They may go safety. They have safety listed as a need here as well.
And McKinney,
McKinney is there.
Still there. Interesting.
Just a shout out so far. Justin Gagliardo from our Fantasy Life app blog is sitting atop the Huddle Report mock draft rankings.
How many rounds is that?
Too, didn't he?
It's just round one. He has a score of 36. He has 10 matches and 16 correctly matching the player to the team. So he's sitting at the top right now, tied with Jason Pruitt of DraftPlex.
Yeah, he did pretty good last year in that too, didn't he?
Yep, he was our best one last year. I think he ended up finishing top 10. I'm going down to see if I find myself. I'm afraid to keep going.
Minnesota's traded the pick to the 49ers.
All right.
So I have 25 correct so far, which is pretty far down the list. Not the worst, but pretty far down the list.
All right, so let's figure out what the 49ers traded away here.
31, 172, and 176 to Minnesota for this 25th overall pick. And what the 49ers were doing was, in this deep wide receiver class, they need to strengthen that position. They lost Emmanuel.
Oh, are they going T. Higgins?
Well, sounds like it from what Schefter's saying. So who's it got to be? I guess it's got to be T. Higgins, right?
Or Mims.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Mims. So what else did they trade? They traded 31, 117, and what?
31, 117.
I didn't hear the last one. I know he said 3 picks. So they gave up 31, 117, which they just got back in the trade earlier. Oh man, if they go T. Higgins, how high does that raise T. Higgins up your board? Does he jump Lamb?
No.
No? What about you for you, Matt?
No.
No?
I don't know.
I think he does.
I'm still in my mourning period. I'm not ready to.
Oh, I'm right there with you. I wish I could show you my phone of all these people texting me in these leagues that I have Lamb about. Hey, you ready to pass on him yet? And what do you want for him?
I mean, I still believe in the talent, and
it's just a bad landing spot. It's a
bad landing spot because there's competition right now. But
I just don't understand. But what are you going to do? You can't trade Amari with that contract, so then you're going to have to trade Gallup if you even want to trade somebody.
They won't trade Gallup this year, so Lamb will be the 3 this year.
Oh, Brandon Ayuk.
Wow. I was not expecting that. So Ayuk goes before T. Higgins. Yeah, I don't. That doesn't do nothing for me. I'm still keeping. I'd still keep Lamb over Ayuk. Either one of you. Where does that put Ayuk for you guys?
Let's see. I had him. I had him at 10.
Yeah, I think I had him at 10 too. I didn't.
So
I had him at 11.
Probably not much of a change.
Yeah, he might move up a couple spots.
Well, so here's the craziest thing, because I know this might speak more to Dennis's heart here, is it's saying on TV right there, the 81-inch wingspan, which is the longest of any player under 6 foot in combine history. He is smaller than Calvin Johnson, but has just as big as a wingspan as Calvin Johnson. Like, that's how big his wingspan is. He has one of the best catch radiuses and coming into the NFL in this rookie class. He's faster than people think. He was a really good special teams player. It's why the NFL teams were so high on him when others weren't. He is, I'm telling you right now, not a question about it, better than N'Keal Harry, who came out last year and went to the New England Patriots. So does that change your guys' opinion on him at all?
I'm still in my mourning period.
Yeah. He could move. I probably wouldn't have him move up more than 7 or 8, but that's going to depend on landing spots for some of the other guys.
Right.
I still have all night to talk myself into the idea that when McCarthy was the coach of the Packers, he had 3 good receivers, because they had Cobb, they had Jordy Nelson, and they had another guy that I'm blanking on, but they always
Driver. Was that Driver?
Driver. Yeah, they had Driver. They always had seemingly three guys, so maybe that's
no, who left after Driver? Was it Greg Jennings? Am I remember that correctly? Was it Greg Jennings?
They at some point had Greg Jennings, yes.
They always had, and there was never any more than good.
And then Devontae Adams was that third guy, but with Nelson and Cobb for a number of years. They always had 3 guys, so maybe.
Trust me, I know. Why you gotta keep bringing it up, man? I'm already trying to fight people off in my DMs for CeeDee Lamb right now. Like, I can't sell low on him right now. I gotta hold out, but yeah.
So
sell high.
Dude.
Sell high. I'm not going to get high offers. Everybody knows I'm bad mouthing the landing spot for him right now. It's not going to work out in my favor.
We had 10 minutes of dead air after he was drafted. I think I get just dead air and Kleenex. So Dolphins are on the clock. What do you think? I'm going to go back to saying.
I think they go running back.
The Vikings traded out. That's right.
This is the perfect spot for them to go running back. I think I know a lot of teams or people seem to think that it's not smart to grab a running back in the first round, but you get that 5th year, and it does seem like nobody wants to pay a running back after their rookie contract. So you get them for the 5 years. You've got 3 guys that look like they could be studs at the NFL level. So you get your guy. Now he's back there with Tua to pair with your offense. I think right now you go running back.
I get your 5-year argument, but I'm going to come right back to you with the fact that in recent history, we've seen Elliott went 3 years and said, I'm holding out to give me a contract. McCaffrey went 3 years, and they ended up having to redo the contract.
McCaffrey, I would argue.
They're looking at trading Kamara. There's a lot of thinking that Barkley, after this 3rd year, they're going to have to redo the contract. In theory, you have 5 years. But if a guy really hits – you're going to get some pressure. Miami took 1 tackle. If they still think they want to work on the line.
I mean, they don't have a center listed on their depth chart on Roto-World right now.
Well, Denver, you don't need a center.
He's already gone.
You just have the referee kick it to your quarterback. You're good to go.
Lloyd Cushenberry would be available. Tyler Badass from Wisconsin is playing some center.
Is it too high to go grab they have an early pick in the 2nd round too. So is it too early to go grab one of those guys?
I don't know. I still think you go running back. It just makes more sense right now. You're at 26.
So if they go running back, who do you think they go?
I would go Dobbins.
I would
Dobbins,
go Dobbins
Swift.
too.
The only reason I go Dobbins is because I like Howard, but I think Howard's that guy that can come in and spell him a little bit when you need be. I would just go Dobbins. I don't like we talked about earlier. Brian Flores coming from that Bill Belichick system. I know a lot of people have Taylor as their one, but I don't know if they trust the fumbling issues coming in. So I would go Dobbins or Swift for me. That's where I would go.
So was the first trade in the first round was San Francisco. Then we had a trade. Patriots dropped out. Then when the Vikings dropped back, so we've had 3, right? Yeah,
Chargers did the trade. Well, that was
but the Chargers came up into the Patriots slot. I'm thinking about the people that dropped back. San Francisco dropped back.
I feel like there's been 4, but I could be wrong. There's nobody did in like the top couple. Who didn't someone jump Philly? Or am I thinking about that wrong? I don't know. I feel like there's been 4, but maybe I'm not remembering correctly. I'll see if I can find it on
San Francisco dropped from 13 to 14. The Patriots dropped out of 23. The Vikings dropped out of 25. I think those are the only 3
Okay, so it's been 3.
But let's rethink.
But back to Miami, they have the 39th and the 56th pick of the second round.
Yeah.
So they could potentially end up, if they passed on a center, they might be able to get Cushenberry.
But you could also get one of the top 3 running backs probably at 39.
Right.
Well, yeah, but again, I think that 5th year makes a bigger deal. Just in my opinion, because you don't have to pay them. Again, with the new CBA, if you hold out, you don't get your year and you don't get your money. So the holdouts are not going to be as effective as they were in the past. So you almost, when you get them on these rookie deals with that 5 year, they're going to have to honor that. It would be up to the team to decide that they want to pay you now with the new CBA that the players sign. That's why, for me, I think it's a bigger deal to get them locked in for that 5 years because we're not. I think it's going to, that trend's going to continue of us not. Teams not really wanting to pay these running backs more. Like I said, I think
the Dolphins just go completely off script and take Jalen Hurts so that he can experience a professional career. Same thing.
If that happens, I'll just end the podcast right now. But guys, it's been fun. I'll see you guys again tomorrow. Let's just call it a night. I can't handle anymore. So, no, we need Swift to go to Kansas City. I would love Swift to go to Kansas City. I think Dobbins is a better fit in Miami. So I agree with you.
DeAndre Swift goes to Kansas City for non-superflex. Is he still 101?
Yes, for me. Even if Dobbins goes here to Miami, I would still put Swift as my one. Yes.
Yeah, well, because Dobbins, you have to figure, probably ends up splitting touches at least in some way with Jordan Howard.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I'd still think Swift in some way splits carries with Williams, but Swift is going to be
2 games a year that he's healthy. That's true.
Yeah, exactly. Well, this could be very pivotal 2 games in fantasy. So, yeah, I mean, I was going to say I have the number 1 and number 2 pick in the Back Row Invitational League, and then Dennis, after in my opinion, horrible trade for the other owner, not for Dennis. Dennis destroyed that deal. Has like the next 3 picks in a row, and if Swift and Dobbins went to those 2 places, those would be the 2 that I would take. Those would be
I feel like I sold low on McCaffrey.
I mean, a little bit, but you also got like a ton of depth back with the top 3, the 3, 4, and 5 in the NFL draft or the rookie
giving up the 8th pick though. I probably could have played hardball, but I didn't really have. I've been trying to trade McCaffrey, and it was one of those things. It's like real life Carolina Panthers. So, I finished 8-5 or 7-6 last year and didn't make the playoffs.
Miami, did they trade with Green Bay? Because Green Bay pick is in.
Green Bay.
I did not even see the trade. Wow. Well, that's what happens when we talk about our own leagues. We stop paying attention. So Green Bay and Miami have made a trade, and Green Bay's pick is already in. Matt LaFleur was already talking to somebody. So did they move up for a wide receiver? Who's the best wide receiver on the board?
T. Higgins.
Mims or Higgins, yeah.
Mims or Higgins. Or Josh Jones. They do need a tackle.
Oh my God, they took
Jordan fucking Love.
Wow. Well, fuck me sideways. Holy crap.
Oh man.
That was really
includes me in our Debbie League there, Matt, because I
Yeah,
took
he was going to be your Corby QB2.
Oh my goodness! Wow.
But
So do we see a Brett Favre situation all over?
exactly.
Wow.
Love
Hey,
sits for 3 years.
what a bunch of assholes! They're just screwing over all their Hall of Fame quarterbacks
What? How?
because they let Brett Favre. They kicked Brett Favre out for Aaron Rodgers. Jordan Love's not Aaron Rodgers. I like Love. He is not Aaron Rodgers.
Wow.
Matt, you look really upset, man. What's going on here?
I'm just.
We don't know, Paul.
Right.
We're trying to figure that out as well. We think everybody's drunk. This drafting at home has got everybody drunk, and they're fucking up this draft.
Yeah, I mean, they could. I think they could have taken Jordan Love and sat at 30 if that's what they wanted.
I agree. I don't know who.
Who do they? Maybe they think Tennessee.
Maybe.
I mean, Tennessee has Tannehill. It's not like.
Wow. I just don't. Man. So what is? Let me see here. I'm gonna pull up Aaron Rodgers' contract really quick. Is this something where he's done at the end of his contract? Do we think? I mean, he's not. I know he's old, but he's not that old.
It's only 36.
Aaron Rodgers' contract.
But he doesn't seem like the kind of guy that is looking to play till he's 45.
I mean, he came out and said that he wanted to play till he was like 40.
So that's 3 years, give or take a year.
Ridiculous. I was not expecting that at all. That really pisses me off. Well, I guess I got to figure out who the Rodgers owner is in the Debbie League and see if they want to trade with me. Fucking in Jordan Love. Why is my phone not working here? Come on.
Because you probably keep smacking it.
No, I'm smacking my table. I wouldn't smack my phone. I've broken that enough times to know that would not be a smart move by me right now.
There are a few inopportune landing spots that we've seen already.
Yeah, to say the least.
Oh man, I don't know if they're worried about another team drafting him. Matt mentioned Tennessee might have been looking at him. I mean, obviously they were. I don't know.
I bet Commissioner Gordon's going crazy.
I'm sure. I haven't even looked to see what he put yet. So, I mean, yeah, they have him through the 2023 season. So, yeah, just a couple more years left on the deal. Interesting.
Boy, he's going to have a sunny disposition, too, I'm sure.
Yeah, he doesn't seem like the nurturing type.
Hey, Aaron, thanks for getting us back to the NFC Championship. We're going to go out and get some help for the team.
Oh, my God, dude.
Why'd you guys draft a quarterback? We said we were getting some help for the team.
Oh, man, that's just
Brett. He doesn't look that thrilled, to be honest, either. If you were a young quarterback, you were hoping for a path to
exactly.
Play,
why would you be happy? You're coming into a situation with a current Hall of Famer playing as your quarterback, who you could argue, I understand he doesn't have the rings that Tom Brady has, but has been one of the best quarterbacks that I've personally watched the past decade. He's one of the best, and you're coming in now to be behind him. You're not beating out Aaron Rodgers to be the starter.
But I think the real question we need to ask here at 27, which running back are the Seahawks going to take?
I don't know. Who knows? Whoever they take, they're not going to be that good. Whoever they take, fade them. Fade them quickly. That's what you need to do.
They seem like the kind of take Taylor.
Do I even want to? I don't even want to guess anymore because we've just been wrong these past couple picks. Outside of the Cesar Ruiz pick, I really thought they were trading him to grab Josh Jones, who's another one like Tristan Wirfs. So I'm kind of surprised that he's
actually might Seattle take Josh Jones.
And the wide receivers. Looks like I won that one. That's definitely not going over the 5.5 now, unless we see the next 3 picks go wide receiver. Wait, no, I guess there is still a chance.
It's over. It's already over. 6 have gone.
Yes.
Ayuk, Jefferson, Rager, Lamb, Judy, and Ruggs.
Well, shit. I didn't even realize that. You know what, Dennis? Goodbye. I don't need you here anymore. Not fun. Go away. All right, Matt, what's going on? I'm just kidding, buddy. Oh, man.
That's my wife. She'll tell you I'm not fun.
Oh, all right. So what are we thinking with Seattle? What's their biggest need here? What are we thinking they do? It's not offense, is it? I mean, they could use a tight end with the injuries they've had, but no, they brought in Olsen, right? Never mind, not tight end.
Yeah, they've got a lot of depth. Olsen, Disley, and Hollister. They've got depth at tight end, if not spectacular.
Hollister was a free agent.
All right. So Seattle team needs edge rusher, wide receiver, offensive tackle.
Well, and so they've been kind of fighting with Clowney, who obviously has yet to.
Yeah. Well, I saw they were saying that they. I would love that pick. Actually, I'm going to butcher your name on Twitter, and I apologize this because I'm really bad about it. But verbal Kent 4202. I would love.
That's my buddy.
To go there. That'd be a great pick. That would be a great pick. I agree with you.
But what if Seattle sends 27 to?
All the picks in, so they're not trading.
Oh. To Jacksonville for Yannick Ngakoue.
I mean, why not? Well, no, I was going to say they did it last year. But yeah, I mean, they sent to whatever to the Texans for them. Well, their pick's in, so they're going somebody. Wow. Oh, man. So what we got left? Baltimore, Tennessee.
They could go Epinesa. That's
I would go.
Gross Matos.
Epinesa. Is it Epinesa or is it Epenza?
Epinesa.
Okay, I believe you because I'm horrible at that stuff, but I would go Matos over him. Just
there's a third E in there that throws people off.
Oh no, where'd my sheet go? There it is. Oh my god, I love how they take so long to announce these picks. Where'd my draft order page go? Did I accidentally delete out of it? I did. Son of a gun.
So after this is Baltimore, Tennessee, and then Green Bay traded with Miami. So it's got to be Miami, then Minnesota, then the Chiefs.
Yeah. Which might be good. Miami, there you go. They move back, get an extra pick, and they can still take that running back they want there. Whoever it's going to be.
It's an awful lot of red on this draft sheet.
Sure. How many have you gotten right so far? How much have both of you gotten right so far?
I have gotten 3 picks to the correct team in the correct slot and 2 others to the correct team in the wrong slot.
All right, Louis, thanks very much. So
I'm afraid to look, to be honest. This is like at the end of the Oscars where I'm just riding it out to the bitter end. I've given up on being successful in picking anything.
Oh, I knew this was going to go to like 11 o'clock. This is ridiculous.
Scoring-wise.
The pick is in. What are you doing, Trey Wingo?
Who knows? I told you. They're all about their ratings. I wish they would just announce it already. I don't even know where I put my remote to hear what the hell he's even talking about.
So now, before we get to the pick, we have a special message.
Special message.
Anytime soon. Another special message. I mean, I shouldn't say that because it is important what these people are doing, but my goodness. Sleep is very important to me. I'm not going to lie.
I might be sleeping down here based on my text messages. So.
I feel like that's going to be me tomorrow. I was trying to explain to my wife that it may take a while to do this tomorrow, and she's like, "Oh yeah, you see, it'll be like what, an hour?" I'm like, yeah, an hour.
I'll tell you, weeks ago I put it in my wife's calendar, the NFL draft schedule.
Yeah, I mean, I tried explaining to her how big a deal this is, but she doesn't understand it. So hey, there, look, hey, Roger Goodell, he's finally made it on screen. So who is Seattle taking here?
So with the 27th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Jordan Brooks.
Okay, Jordan Brooks. I can hear it on Matt's TV. I don't even have to wait because he still hasn't announced it on mine. So,
who is Jordan Brooks?
The linebacker from Texas Tech.
Okay, yeah, defense linebacker. All right, that's not a bad pick.
It's Jordan with a Y there for you, Dennis. Jordyn.
All right, so Baltimore on the clock. What is Baltimore's biggest need? What are we thinking here for Baltimore?
Patrick Queen really fallen too, right? Because I mean,
I saw him going more in the second round for a lot of people. Anyways, I would actually like Matos to go to Baltimore too. That's who I had. I had mocked him to go to Baltimore when I did mine. It was either Baltimore or Tennessee. I can't.
Yeah, Baltimore. They need outside linebackers, edge, offensive guard with Marshall Yanda retiring. depends on what you feel about Miles Boykin as to how big a need wide receiver is.
So wide receiver definitely in need.
Oh man! All right, let's see here. Alan Lazard lives to fight another day. Yeah, he does. Aaron Rodgers doesn't though. Jeez. I got to look at my roster now. I think I actually grabbed Eason, so here's hoping Eason goes to a team that he can actually.
So T. Higgins and Mims, obviously, still the two biggest receivers. Laviska Shenault still there.
Yeah, I don't think Shenault goes until the second round, anyways. Yeah, I'm screwed. Baker, Jordan Love, and Jacob Eason were the quarterbacks I got in that Devy draft. So, yippee for me. That's going to be fun. God. I'm going to do a lot of losing. And I got the 12th pick in the Devy draft, so I can't even grab a great quarterback coming out in the year. This is just fucking wonderful. Gotta love the Green Bay Packers. Just screwing it.
You took a big early swing, which I thought was good on Love. I
got it for $10.
Yeah.
And that really doesn't matter now. Like now, everybody's like, "Whoa, why'd you spend $10 on a backup?" Well, yeah, because I'm an idiot. That's why.
How long's your taxi squad?
Yes, that is definitely something that Baltimore would do is draft another tight end. That was definitely a good call.
God, please let that not be.
I hope so. I hate Baltimore. I hope they mess this up.
So Nature Boys is saying that if Patrick Queen is still there, that he thinks Tennessee should take Queen.
Not a bad fit.
I know you said you think he was going second round. Almost every mock I saw had him somewhere in the 20s.
Oh, really? Okay. I got to start getting caught up on all my stuff here. Jordan Rodgers and Aaron Rodgers are represented by the same agency.
Jordan Love.
Yeah, they're both represented by the same agency. I bet you that's a wonderful conversation.
Well, Aaron just fired his agent, so he's just solely riding with State Farm now.
Right.
I love those commercials, though. that dude's fucking hilarious. Gabe.
Oh, right on cue. There they are.
Pepe said, "I feel bad for the kid," meaning Love. He just said he could learn a lot from Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers won't even speak to him.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, man.
That'll be his first tough lesson.
Golly, man, that just sucks. God, that sucks. Like, I liked Love. I really had high hopes for him. That's just, man.
But, Aaron Rodgers, we haven't seen the signs of fall off, nor had Green Bay had the signs of fall off where you would have thought, okay, maybe we.
But it's the same thing with Favre.
They actually bounced back higher last year. Mm-hmm.
See, I was going to say that's the same thing with Favre. I mean, it was my memory. I can't remember what happened yesterday, so it's kind of hard for me to remember all the way back then too. But I feel like Favre didn't have that much of a drop off either when they drafted Rodgers, and they forced Favre out the door pretty much to bring in Rodgers.
Well, so Rodgers sat for what? 4 years?
4 years, yeah, 4 years. Which is going to be the same thing for Love. Rodgers has 4 years left or 3 years left on his contract if you count this year. It's 20, 21, 22, and 23. So Love would sit for 4 years, which makes sense. Why they moved up into the first round to get him, because now they have that 5-year option. It's like, hey, after these 4 years, you're gone. Love takes over as the starter.
But then you also have to sign Love to an extension.
You have what now?
You have to sign Love to an extension.
No, you pick up that 5th-year rookie option. You have him on the 1-year deal first.
Right. If by then you don't know that he's the guy, you don't pick up the option.
Right. Yeah,
you've got to know.
Well,
yeah, you got him for that 1 year. Yeah, you can pick up the option and then let him go.
The real poison pill on the 5th-year option is you have to pick it up before the 4th year even begins.
Right, but I mean, you're with a rookie quarterback, you're not paying that much. So even if you pick it up and you decide he's not the guy, he's your backup quarterback for a year, and then you let him go into free agency. Like, it's a good move for Green Bay. It's just, it's hard. I shouldn't hate on Green Bay. It's a good. I hate on it because I have Jordan Love, and I'm like, well, that just screws all your.
This morning in one of my Dynasty chats, a guy said, what are the chances all these prospects go to the most ideal landing spot? I said 0. And, this tonight.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks.
Tonight is why I refuse to do my rookie draft pre-NFL draft.
Yeah. This is why I refuse to do live draft shows because I feel like we've cursed everything. we were so excited on here, and now it's just been nothing but heartbreak and disappointment.
Yeah.
Outside of Rager, I like Rager's landing spot, and well, I'm not was a huge fan of Judy, but I like Judy's as well. Outside of that, I'm not enjoying this.
Well, I mean, Burrow was true to form. Tua was true to form.
Ruggs
Herbert
went,
true to form. So
Ruggs went to a spot that makes sense. I mean, the Raiders, if you look at their history, they've been about those speed guys. I mean, clearly that was who Gruden wanted.
it really went off the rails with Lamb, I think.
Yeah, he's probably. So who would you guys clarify probably right now? Worst pick for fantasy coming into the draft. Who would it be? Is it Lamb for you guys right now? It's probably my pick for worst landing spot.
For this year, definitely.
If you're in Superflex, Love was the worst.
Because I don't know that you expected much from Love this year, maybe even next year.
I mean, everybody was hopeful he was going to go to New England. New England, he has to beat out 95-year-old Brian Hoyer, and we have never seen you do anything that makes us love you, Jarrett Stidham. That gives you hope. That's a good flyer. You take the guy that's behind Aaron Rodgers, you're just filling a spot on your roster. I mean,
oh my goodness. Oh, I swear, all these special messages. Just announce the pick.
I'm excited to be a part of the family. Let's welcome our newest member to the Baltimore Ravens. We're ready to go, and let's get it.
Is he announcing the pick?
No.
No. Okay, great.
Has Roger changed clothes a couple of times?
Maybe. Someone said that earlier that they thought he looked a little bit drunk when he was doing something.
Well, he's got that big thing of M&M's behind him.
Yeah, he's getting a little flush in the face, too.
He's no Steve Keim.
No.
Baltimore Ravens like Patrick Queen.
Patrick Queen. There you go. All right.
I mean, it's a good pick. They obviously defense makes sense. I think we're seeing a lot of LSU guys go first round. You get that championship game win bump.
I think more LSU guys have gone than Alabama guys, right?
Which, would make sense. They were a more successful team this year.
Yeah. That is true.
All right, so we got
Tennessee. We were just talking about Queen possibly going to Tennessee. So who do we think goes Tennessee?
So do they take Josh Jones? Obviously they let
they just lose Conklin. Yeah.
They lost Conklin. They signed the guy that they had as their backup that they were hoping.
Their swing tackle.
Their swing tackle, but
they need tight end, edge, O-line, cornerback.
Wouldn't you be surprised though if somebody goes tight? We talked about this tight end class, and not to, they're all 1,000 times better than I am, but I think we all talked about it would be somewhat surprising if any of these tight ends went in the first round.
I agree.
Did you guys see the stuff about Dak Prescott?
No, what did he say?
No, his brother passed away.
Well, I'm glad I didn't make the joke I was about to make.
That's all right. I should have specified that it was bad news.
Yeah. So I was about to say he announced he was converting to wide receiver, a position of need.
Oh, man. Yeah, I was scrolling through all this stuff too.
So what happens to all these Dallas wide receivers if they – it does not seem like contract negotiations with Dak have gone very well so far.
No, not at all.
And we've seen before the franchise tag doesn't assure that the person's playing for you.
Yeah. Well, I think he said that he's going to sit out if he gets that, right? I'm pretty sure he said that. So.
He threatened it, and he got franchise tagged. So they're still working on a long-term deal. I would tend to believe they're going to get
old Jera said that it was going to get done. So I would imagine he's not just saying that. He truly thinks that.
He writes the checks, so.
Just listen to this really quick. In my second Devy league here, my wide receivers. Just mind you, you can start 3 wide receivers and 3 flex spots. Odell Beckham Jr., cool. Julian Edelman, cool. Hakeem Butler, right now than Michael Gallup and CeeDee Lamb. Fuck me, man. This is ridiculous.
Also,
that
I'm not going to give you the thumbs up on Edelman yet until we're sure that Brian Hoyer's not his quarterback.
Right.
It'll be Jarrett Stidham. It's going to be Jacob Eason. I mean, I have 5 quarterbacks, so that's probably the good thing. It is super flex, so probably have to move one of those guys now at this point. I got Darnold, Eason, Haskins, Herbert, and Baker. So at this point, I'm going to have to move somebody for a wide receiver. But, yeah, I'm just not for it right now.
All right.
With the Lamb.
Looks like I'm going to have to take Xavier Jones off my taxi squad and put CD Lamb there.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, man. What's up, buddy? See yourself? Oh, man.
Can somebody contact these teams and tell them it's not required to take the full 10 minutes?
I just want to sleep, guys. Like, I got it. It's great.
40 minutes, Matt. 40 minutes to go. Well, I don't know. How deep into the Tennessee clock are we?
Tennessee's almost over, but I mean, we could reasonably still have another 35 minutes.
See, that's the worst part about it is like not only do I have to wait for that to end, but then I have to download the audio and then cut it just to be able to put that stuff up. It's like, 3:30 is going to come really quick.
Especially when you're still sitting at your computer watching the first round of the draft.
Yeah. I was really hoping it would be done by like 10:45-ish at worst. And I feel like hoping for 11 is not going to be possible either now at this point.
Well, I mean, they're making it take seemingly as long as humanly possible.
Well, their pick is in, so that puts Miami on the clock at least. So we got maybe they won't take their full 10 minutes each, and we won't be here for 30 minutes. Maybe we'll be lucky and we're only here for 20 minutes.
This feels like a good place for Gross Matos.
Yeah, that's where I had him either here or for Baltimore.
Whoa. Who is standing behind Vrabel there?
I don't know. Why are they all just like standing there all weird like this is supposed to be a thing?
I think the video's frozen, but
okay. That would make sense. I felt like it was the statue challenge that Dennis hits us with every once in a while. Just stop. Try to figure out if he's still with us or not. What are you doing, silly?
One of those guys looked like he had a mullet.
Yeah.
We're sophisticated. We call it a mole.
Oh man! So Miami's about to be back up. Are we sold now that they're going to go running back or no?
I don't think they're going run. I don't think a running back goes in the first round.
When they made the move from Mariota to Ryan Tannehill, that offense clicked, especially down in the red zone. They became one of the best red zone.
Gary Davenport from IDP Sharks just tweeted, "What the holy hell was that standing behind Vrabel?"
Seriously, that was mine. I'm looking up and I'm like, is life playing tricks on me?
Oh my goodness, this is just exhausting.
Oh, Isaiah, what? So Josh Jones having a Tristan Wirfs style fall.
Oh, I know. That's what's kind of surprising to me too. Isaiah Wilson. Really? Isaiah Wilson over Josh Jones. Interesting. Okay.
I mean, I still taking a tackle for Tennessee, not a terrible idea. Obviously, they lost Conklin. They liked their swing tackle to take over for him, but, you still want to have depth. So.
All right. Well, I guess I can mess with this for a minute while I'm.
So you figure my Minnesota probably going offensive line. Maybe Josh Jones goes there. Miami. Do you think Gross Matos to Miami?
I mean, maybe. Did they sign a defensive end in free agency? I know they made a bunch of defensive moves. I thought they got, or was it the linebacker from New England? I can't remember. I know they brought over.
They brought over Van Noy.
Yeah,
they got Van Noy.
They signed Shaq Lawson, Emmanuel Agba. They got Christian Wilkins at defensive tackle. So they do need – they could stand to use some defensive linemen, that's for sure.
Okay.
And then we still have Xavier McKinney, who a lot of people thought was for sure going in the first round. KC could probably take secondary. What is behind? Are these Mike Vrabel's kids?
I thought he really struck with the set. The sink is way to play low, got a little bit too high. So there's some work to go and needs some development. But you are going to be able to pound the ball.
You still can't see the draft, right, Dennis?
Correct.
This is the first time I'm going to go ahead and say you were missing something.
Now, Isaiah Wilson is headed to Tennessee to try and protect Ryan Tannehill.
All right, Miami, come on.
Well, of the 7 mocks in my contest, only one person had Isaiah Wilson, and they had him going 18 to Miami.
Well, they got the team right, though. Oh, wait, no, they didn't. I forgot. 1 team, 2.
Oh, yeah, Miami's on the clock, yeah.
All right, let me check our we'll check our competition. Oops, nope. That was a bad link. So Justin is third now. He has 41 points, 10 that matched, 21 where the player correctly went to the team. I will go down and find myself in a well of sadness, I'm sure.
Seems to be the theme of the night, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, we all had CD Lamb to Dallas, right? And Jordan Love to Green Bay.
Absolutely.
Miami.
Come on, don't stop it. Don't do this to me.
I have 5 correct player in position, 21 correct player to team, 31 points. So what did you say you had, Dennis?
I have, 3 players correctly to the slot and team, and 2 players correctly to the team, just different slots. I'm currently tied for last in my contest.
We can commiserate.
And I'm not going to gain any more points because my last 3 picks have all already been picked.
That's a bummer.
All right. That means you just can enjoy the draft. That's going to end at about midnight. So
I have one guy. So our high score is 16 points. We have one person within reach of tying him, and one person within reach of beating him. So still coming down to the end here.
I could go up if I think I had Josh Jones to Miami. I have to go back to look. I had Dobbins to the Dolphins and Swift to the Chiefs. So it's still potentially possible. Take a look. Let's take a look. Yeah. So I had Josh Jones to the Vikings. So if they end up getting him, that would be another. It would be not the right position, but it would be the right player team. And Dobbins and then Swift. So we'll see. But if no running backs go. So if no running backs go in the first, where do you think the first one goes in the second? Miami's first pick in the second round?
Let's see.
You said they have 39.
They do. Let me go see where I'm. Yeah, that really, unless somebody trades up in front of them, you've got Cincinnati, Indianapolis, Detroit, the Giants, the Patriots, and the Panthers. So I feel like they're going to have pretty much the pick of their running backs.
Of course, then the Patriots take a running back just to
Right.
They're just going to run the wishbone. They don't need a quarterback.
Let's take a look at Mel's best available. Brought to you by Lowe's. Mel, we see a lot of defensive backs and running backs.
Matt, are you muted?
Yeah, the safeties trade, not the corners. The safeties will last.
The second
Talking-
round.
Oh.
He must be muted.
Are you muted, Matt?
No, what? Can you hear me?
Oh, we can now.
Now, yeah. It looked like you were talking.
Yeah, I was. I was saying Chargers could be a team that maybe go running back. I mean, they picked before Miami, unless you're just a complete believer there in Austin Eckler.
No, but I am a complete believer in Justin Jackson. Thank you very much.
Well, I know you are, yeah.
This is
Oh,
already.
Miami.
I take
Killing
back all the nice things I said. I don't want this draft. Let's give it back.
I know. Been looking forward to it so long, and I'm so disappointed.
It was a great walkthrough.
Yeah. Let's get ready for the real one tomorrow, guys. I'm super excited. Let's do this all over again. Oh.
Back sneak into the back portion of the first round. Essentially, no guarantees it happens. We got Miami up at 30, Kansas City up at 32.
The pick is in, Adam. Stop talking. Just make them reveal the pick.
DeAndre Swift, J.K. Dobbins, all out there at this point in time, waiting to be picked.
So, guy says a Dallas fan wants CD Lamb or wants the 101 to get Lamb.
Mm-hmm.
So, would you trade the 103 in Metcalf for the 101, or would you trade the 103 in Diggs for the 101?
Metcalf. I trust Russell Wilson more than I do Josh Allen and that Seattle offense, even though they don't throw the ball as much as Buffalo might.
Might have heard of on back-to-back Heisman, 1974 and 75. So what do we think Miami is doing? Is Brian Flores
Well, they're showing JK.
working the board?
And he looked happier than DeAndre Swift did.
Oh my goodness, this is just insane.
What do you think Miami needs to go here?
We just think Miami needs to pick. We don't care where they go.
Right.
Exactly. I'm right there with you 100%.
What do you think they need to pick? We think they need to pick. That is what we think.
We think they need to pick now.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
There are certain NFLs, or there's not NFL. There are certain sites where people pay to watch other people sleep. So we might be getting close to.
Well, I'll tell you what. Well, this one's already going. Like, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to upload this one. It's already almost at 2 hours. There's usually a limit on Audacity, so I don't even know what to do.
Cut it somewhere else. Pick a random spot.
We're done. I'm done. I'm not doing this anymore. I'm probably only going to be able to get up like one episode. It takes like 10 minutes to upload, and my goodness, I'm oh God, 3:30. I need to call in sick. Call my boss right now. Hey, I'm running a fever, bro. I ain't making it in tomorrow. I'm sorry.
I hope you are not on my live feed.
No, but one of my other managers was, so that's where I was just like, well, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll be nice and tired, but we'll make it through the day. Come on, Miami. Holy crap.
They're doing it. Wow. So Noah Ipanagani.
Oh.
Cornerback, Auburn. Okay.
Yeah. So Christian Fulton may fall on a lot too.
Yeah, that's actually kind of the surprising part about it, that they didn't go Christian Fulton.
Some people have been. Well, also, he just signed Byron Jones. He signed Xavier Howard to a long-term deal.
Yeah.
What the actual heck are you doing?
Minnesota. So what do we think?
Strengthening its strength.
Well, Minnesota needs a cornerback. They lost, what's his name, right? Xavier Rhodes, right?
Yeah, they probably need to get offensive line too. So Josh Jones would not be a bad.
Josh Jones or Christian Fulton, I guess, would be probably the two best fits.
Yeah, but knowing the way this draft is going, is there any offensive?
Jonathan Taylor.
Is there any offensive tackles from Buffalo State that are in the draft?
Not that I know of.
That's where we're going. Or
From Mankato State.
Minnesota takes Jalen Hurts.
Oh man, that'd make you happy, being the noted Kirk Cousins hater that you are. You got 2 quarterbacks in Minnesota that can't throw the ball. Then there you go. All right, let's see here.
Well, we need some kind of comedy pick. So, what do you think KC is going to do?
I mean, I thought they would go running back, but who knows now at this point? I really have no idea. I gave up a long time ago. Like when the Browns took Jedrick Wills or when the Cowboys took CeeDee Lamb, I've really kind of given up on this draft. It's just whatever.
The Cowboys taking CeeDee Lamb was a knife to the heart of anyone that was doing a fantasy.
Hey, how about the Vikings getting the pick in quick? I like it. They're not going to announce it in 10 minutes, but at least they've gotten the pick in.
He's going to play inside, in my opinion, with Miami Dolphins. They'll put him at the nickel. You have Xavier Howard on one side, Jones on the other. He can work in the slot. I guess I'm just confused that the Dolphins would go. They invested so much money in frontline corners. It's a little curious to me that
maybe they're changing their defensive scheme a little bit. I don't know. I didn't really think about that. I knew they had was it Howard? I forgot that they. No, we were talking about it earlier that they paid Byron Jones a lot of money too, didn't they? They made him the highest paid cornerback in the NFL.
Yeah, so I think they have like 2 of the top 3 highest paid corners in the NFL now. I mean, I don't fault. You need depth at that kind of position. I can see going and getting it. I'm just a little surprised you'd reach up in the first, but especially their division. I mean, well, there's McFarland for you. You can never have enough corners. You got to have all those corners to defend all the receivers the Jets and Patriots don't have.
Okay, come on. Let's just announce the pick. We don't need to hear the message to everybody for like the 80th time.
Zim, you better get up and stoke that fire. It's not looking very robust there, friend. Got to stoke that one.
The pick is in. All right. So we thinking Josh Jones or Fulton here?
Jones would have been my guess, but nope, it's Jeff Gladney.
Wow. Okay. So why is Fulton taking such a deep dive here?
Fulton and Trayvon Diggs were a couple of corners that people. I mean, Diggs, I could have seen falling
the other one
around, but some of the guys, it's not so much them falling.
No.
Do you guys understand the Jordan Love pick?
No, we do not understand the Jordan Love pick at all, Mark. Okay, well, I take that back. We do. We sort of had a discussion about it. And the fact that this is what they did with Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers. They have Aaron Rodgers for 4 more years. So,
and it clearly worked.
Yeah, if they do think Love can be the guy to kind of come on and be the guy for after Aaron Rodgers, they have him for 5 years with the 5th year of the rookie option. They can hold him for the next couple of years, let him learn under Aaron Rodgers whatever he can. Learn the system, assuming Matt LaFleur will be there. Take over in a couple of years, 4 years when Aaron Rodgers' contract runs out.
The other thing is maybe it won't be 4 more years. We forget a little bit because of how successful the season ended up being. They ended up making it to the NFC Championship, but there was some rocky road in training camp and in the preseason between Rodgers and Matt LaFleur. There was some discussion that they weren't exactly vibing and were butting heads. So maybe LaFleur's like, let me hedge my bets.
Right.
Well, I mean, they seem.
Who's going to trade up to 32 with Kansas City and take Jalen Hurts?
I hope not. I don't want another trade. This is going to add another 10 minutes onto my night. I don't want that to happen. They need to take Jonathan Taylor and let's call it a night. Like let's just do it.
Is that who you would take for them, Taylor?
I would like Taylor to go there more because I like Dobbins and Swift a lot, and I don't want them to go to Kansas City. I don't think it'd be a good landing spot for either one of them. this is what the way Andy Reid uses his running backs and everything. I see, even if you get a guy like Swift who can do it all, I think they'll still kind of employ some kind of rotation. It's going to hurt his fantasy value. So Taylor's the guy that I'm not necessarily as high on as those two. So I'd like to see him go there because it just gives me more of a reason not to draft him.
He had 3 10-point comebacks in the 2019 playoff run. And the weirdest thing about that.
So your argument for Taylor is I don't like him as well, so I want him to go there.
Exactly. Yeah.
Duly noted.
Myself here. So, let's be honest.
So if Taylor goes there, you're not making him the 101?
It would depend on where the other running backs go. Like right now, obviously, we don't know the landing spot for any of them, but my running backs are Swift, Dobbins, Taylor. Those are the way that my three shake out. So, again, if say, Dobbins or Swift go to the Chargers and or Miami in the second round, whoever goes to Miami would probably be my one. I'd probably put Taylor over whoever goes to the Chargers just because we know Austin Eckler can be very productive in that offense, especially when he's the guy. So I'd probably put Taylor above them. But yeah, I'm just worried about you got Williams, Darwin Thompson. They still have Darrell Williams,
Washington.
Yeah, so many players there. And we know Andy Reid just does not seem to want to commit to one. We've seen him commit to LaShawn McCoy, and that's it. So I just kind of feel like in Philly, he didn't even do it when he came over to Kansas City. I would just be worried about if they landed there, would they actually get the shot to be the guy?
I don't even think LaShawn McCoy's going to end up on a team this year.
He said he wants to play for at least one more year, but yeah, I'm with you. Unless someone gets hurt, I don't see anyone behind him.
For a team, he was with a team that didn't really have a completely dominant running back, and he was a healthy scratch throughout the playoffs. So,
do you think he's happy that he won the Super Bowl? I mean, like, I get you're happy that he won the Super Bowl, and he wasn't technically on. He was on the team, but like he didn't even play. He was inactive. You think that bothers you? Or he's just kind of like, yeah, I got the Super Bowl. I'm good.
He's probably wishes he would have gotten in the game. I mean, it's like, didn't Jeremy Lin win an NBA championship ring because he was riding the bench for the Raptors?
Was it? Yes.
Now he's playing in China. I mean, you're part of a championship team. You didn't really, when your kids and your grandkids ask you, what did you do during the Super Bowl? Had a hot dog. Rub Damien.
Yeah, hot dog won a Super Bowl. That's not a bad thing, man. I think.
So, I mean, it happens.
Golly, this is taking forever. I swear. That's why old Brent Veach there is texting. They're about to pull off a trade, aren't they?
Andy's talking to somebody. Either he's talking to Veach or he's talking to who they're drafting.
Just pick, guys. Come on. Just do it. All right, pick is in. Matt's going to get to go to bed before midnight. That's what I like to hear.
But, man, I tell you what, it's nice when you're making these selections and you've got number 15 ready to play with whoever you pick. Lewis, you know these guys and you know this front office.
I don't need to hear from every ESPN personality about their thoughts about the pick before you announce the pick. You
announce the pick and then break it down. Yeah, I'm with you. I don't understand this one bit. But.
At this point in time, I would understand if ABC switched to Heidi.
Well, do we want to say our goodbyes really quick? Because I will probably end this as soon as this pick is in and we give our announcement. So I know, Dennis, are you going to jump on with us tomorrow for a little bit?
For a little bit, probably.
All right.
In the name of domestic bliss, it's probably not going to be another 4-hour call here.
I can understand that one bit.
I will probably be on the first hour, maybe a little over an hour until Lindsay returns home. Because
I got you. All right, so we'll be back off for at least a little bit tomorrow and talk about that. The rest of the stuff we will break down on Monday. We'll obviously give our quick thoughts here if the pick comes in at some point in time before midnight tonight. At least they announce it because it doesn't feel like that's happening, but. We appreciate everybody who's jumped in and posted comments, asked questions. Looking forward to getting this up for the podcasting audience. We'll get to listen to this hopefully at some point in time tomorrow.
Especially part three is where the energy, the excitement really takes hold of you. picks 21 to 32 is where.
Yeah, for those of you listening here in the third episode, we're kind of drained at this point, so we apologize. All right. Oh my goodness, they're gonna go to like another commercial break and then another message to the first responders, and then oh, there we go. All right, it's gonna be a running back, isn't it? Oh, I feel like they just posted it on
Clyde
Twitter.
Edwards-Helaire.
Wow.
Okay,
So what does that do? Does that move? How high does that move him up, Dennis? Before we get out of here.
He's still in my first tier.
Yeah,
but
did
not
that move him up past the top 3 yet?
101.
No.
Kind of surprised that he was the first running back taken. I'm not gonna lie. I was not expecting that.
He's got the passing game chops, the short area quickness. So, he fits the scheme. He's comparable in size to Shady McCoy. So, he could be the lead back for a few years there.
Matt, quick thoughts before we get out of here?
Yeah, kind of surprised he's the one that goes. I think it's going to, after what we saw happen to our boy in Dallas.
Yeah.
I agree with Dennis from the fact that I might not want to take him automatically to be 101, but we're really going to have to see where those 3 other guys go,
I think he caps off the perfect summary for this draft. It's just been what the hell for pretty much everything. I know.
Well, I'm just sitting here thinking my first rookie draft begins a week from tomorrow, and I thank God I have a week to collect my thoughts, pick my sadness up off the floor.
See, that's the bad thing. A lot of mine start on Monday, so I've got all of probably like a day and a half to figure out what the hell I'm going to do with my life. So, guys, thank you so much for spending the past 4 hours and 14 minutes with us and doing all this stuff. We look forward to hopefully I survive the day tomorrow and get some sleep, and then I will talk to you guys tomorrow night.
Yeah, I mean, we need you more than ever, guys. It's we're all now single.
Right. If anybody has a cheap place for rent, we'd appreciate it.
We'd appreciate it, yeah.
Right on.